Welcome to YellBro Road. I am Jordan, and today we're going to do a marathon here. This is a long-ass video, so strap in. Nick Fuentes meets Alex Jones. Can't fucking wait. Before I get started, don't forget to share support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now. All opinions are welcome. And obviously, everything I show you will be linked in that same description box for you to look at on your own. Yada, 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 you get it. Just so you can look at it, and I can find it myself if I have to, right? It's important to link, what you're looking at. Pause. All right. Let's start with this. Apparently, the Senate voted to not put some, congressional power, or basically give themselves power to say, hey, you can't just go to war with Iran if you want to. You can't just do that. And that bill fell flat. Every Republican except for Rand Paul voted against this bill. And every Democrat except for John Fetterman voted for this bill. So that's, once again, just another IQ test. Some people are making excuses. Some of these senators are making excuses saying, hey, if they were doing ground troops, I might have a different opinion. That might be too late, my friend. And also, they've been talking about it. So why not give yourselves the power to stop that ahead of time? You're going to wait till they ground invade before you're like, all right, you know what, guys, let's make a resolution here or a bill for congressional approval in regards to war with Iran. You're going to wait till it starts already? Then you're already there. We saw what happens in Iraq when you, just leave all of a sudden, right? That's why you don't go there in the first place. Duh. But once again, some lame brains are going to fall for that from their state senators. This is just disgraceful, essentially. But either way, there you go. Just had to report that. Your Congress, majority Republican, they're basically saying, yeah, let's go to war with Iran. They're basically saying that. So next, you can see here, a U.S. veteran. Once again, it takes eight of these mall cops to get him out of there. But yeah, if I wrote rewind, you'll see. Which is basically a response to this bill, and this guy probably voted Republican. He's like, yo, you fucking betrayed me, you fuck faces. Like I said, it takes 8 dudes to try to get this one guy out of here because he's built different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people are not going to be happy with this. I mean, most people won't even hear about it, to be honest with you, except for Democratic channels, MSNBC or CNN or lefty internet guys. But yeah, a lot of people will not even hear about shit like this. This bill being shut down, and how upset veterans might be. Not every veteran, but enough of them. Continue on here. Now, this is very interesting because, some people make arguments for being in favor of, certain types of foreign policy where they take action in the world, right? But some things you can't excuse it. There's no answer for it. There's no real response. It's hard to propagandize. So thus their choice is basically to not answer. Certain events happen in foreign policy that they don't want to answer for. As you'll see here. Here we go. Actually, let me make sure my volume's good spot here. A little loud. Okay. Sorry, I was blasting metric. Can't help it. All right, here we go.
Hey, did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets...
All right, see, I can stop her there already. There's no need to go further. I don't know. Did we? I don't know. You guys can, geolocate things that are not supposed to be open public information, right? You can find bunkers and where the missiles are coming from. You can find their nuclear supply. But you can't find out if one of your fucking bombs hit a fucking little girl's school. Oh, because you don't want that answer to be out there in public. So I almost expect this answer to be here for weeks to come. As you'll see in the next clip here, where it's Hexeth instead. Full screen up. Listen to this. Here we go.
Tie right there. You got a tie on.
Yeah. Thank you. Tom Bateman with the BBC. Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're
same
taking
answer.
a look and investigating that. Red tie in front.
Just on the basis that with the information you would have, your reconnaissance abilities, ability to gather information, I mean, it's several days on now. So is there any clarity on whose munition this was?
We're investigating it. Thank you.
He's like, yeah, look at all the tech you have, all the shit you claim. Like, look what we did. All the shit you brag about. Well, here's something not to brag about. And all of a sudden, none of them have a clue. No one knows what's going on over there. Apparently, all of a sudden, these guys are
We'll have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they just don't fucking know. Crazy. They knew where the Ayatollah guy was staying, and they bombed it directly. But they didn't know where one of their bombs went. Yeah, a genius. We'll look into it. We'll look into it for you guys. Meaning you're gonna hope people forget and make it disappear. Once again, regular people are probably not hearing these things. Let's be honest. They're not hearing about the 100-something plus
Press secretary hearings and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell no.
Hopefully,
I was thinking that today while I was listening to this shit. I was like, fucking, is anybody gonna even fucking hear any of this shit? And like, they just fucking, and then it's crazy. The fucking reporters in the room, they're so like chummy with all these people. They're like,
yeah.
Who's the young blonde chick?
Carolyn
Blondie?
Levitt.
Yeah,
This
Levitt.
lady
Everyone's
here.
like, thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Carolyn.
Well,
It's like, fucking shut up.
That's that access media for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you heard about I'm sure people came back because of let's be real, this giant news story. But before, a lot of these guys left because of what the standards were for reporting, on the Pentagon, and it got replaced by, I kid you not, Tim Pool and, like, I swear to God, fucking Timcast News, working at the Pentagon, Laura Loomer, people like Jack Posobiec. Like, they replaced the media with these fucking fraudulent motherfuckers. I mean, the other media was also fraudulent, but at least they'll ask some questions. Some decent questions. Those guys will be just lapdogs, just licking the boots of Hexeth as he's lying to them. Or, sorry, lying to the public. So, yeah.
It's Laura the lie loomer.
I mean, she is over the top. I mean, she would say, yeah, kill babies. It's okay. Kill babies. So everyone's like, yo, chill, yo. All the people like in with that shit, they're like, yo, chill. Listen, we're okay with killing babies. Just like keep it quiet though. Like don't just come out here announcing it. But she's crazy and out of her mind, and she'll find out one day. But all right, let's move on to the quote unquote main event here. Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes.
Are you streaming right now?
I am recording, yes.
Hello, audience. I like clams.
You like
Also,
it?
don't forget to
like
go
clams?
grab your team biscuits.
Clams,
Yeah, boil up some tea.
and biscuit. Okay.
Use electric kettles.
Yeah, we don't want to be wasting gas.
Just so you guys know, those are two foreign propagandists, so you don't have to listen to them.
We're agents of a foreign country.
They are not American, okay?
Part of the Commonwealth.
Wait, can you say sorry real fast, Prop?
I am so I am so, I'm trying to say it Americanized. I'm sorry.
It still came out Canadian somehow. So as you guys can tell, these are foreign agents. I don't need to explain anything.
Hey, we've got the
Anyways,
same king. Our nations have the same king as well.
let's move on to some red-blooded Americans.
That, really.
Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones. Where once again, this could be a marathon or it can end in 5 minutes. It depends on what the fuck these guys say. I'm gonna play it from the very beginning, but there's like a point where it's like like this is like an intro, but just in case we don't get to it, let's let the little intro play. So, like a highlight reel of the main video. So, here we go. Without further ado, here's Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. Oh my God.
President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did that pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand.
No.
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going,
I thought you were that guy, bud.
First, and I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand, but Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact.
It's almost just childish.
So now here's the thing, something that needs to be kept in mind. When Nick Fuentes is there, Alex talks a little bit differently, and so does Nick. When Nick's by himself, these guys are terrible. You need to vote. Like, fuck it. Let's just vote Democrat. Just to screw them over. Fuck those guys, right? When Nick's by himself and when Alex is by himself, they speak a little bit differently. When they're talking to each other, they kind of, find a sweet spot.
They melt down a little.
Yeah, they find a sweet spot to have this conversation. So I'm wondering if Nick keeps his aggressiveness up and if Alex Jones keeps his protection of Trump up. I'm curious what happens here. But here we go.
To see Trump in the White House spin. Well, I forced Israel to do it. This is when Trump just becomes grating. All those things we thought were charming 10 years ago or endearing or funny. Now it's just grating and insufferable. He's obviously full of it.
Charming.
There's nothing true about that at all. This idea that, like you say, that Iran was about to attack us. Really? We have 2 carriers there. We got a dozen warships, 50,000 soldiers, half of our Air Force, and Iran was going to start the war against us. Does that even make any sense? That is completely made up.
And then Rubio says Israel launched an attack, so we had to because they were going to attack us. Now Trump goes, no, they were going to attack us with no information. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I wanted to support Trump. I support the killing the carbon. That's what
I want to do it.
A lot of good. We're watching Trump self-immolate on live television.
See, okay, so he is doing the protection still, because people may not realize they might think that's an insult or he's actually being critical of Trump. That like, it's actually protection because we all just watched him fucking lie. Yes, we just watched him lie in front of us. He just lied to us. Nick just said he was lying, and now it's like, well, Trump is, listen, he's destroying his political, whatever the fuck, right? His political standing in the U.S. It's like, that's what you got from that? You don't see a liar here, Alex? You see someone who's doing bad strategy. Is that what you're saying, Alex? For real? Come on.
Dude, they're doing what fucking the Bernie Sanders supporters did after he blatantly fucked us over, and everyone just was like, well, he had to go on to get along, or he had to do this, and they just give him all these fucking outs, and it's just like, bro, he fucked us over and lied.
Mm-hmm.
Grow the fuck up.
Remember the Assange stuff? And Bernie's like, I'm aware of the issue, but I can't answer it right now. He can't answer the question.
Don't even look at me.
And what did he do? What has Bernie done for that guy since we heard that one little discussion during the 2020 campaign?
I think that's the last time he said his fucking name.
Yeah.
And then it's crazy. Biden fucking released his ass, and it's like all that shit went down, and Biden releases his ass.
There you go.
That's crazy.
There you go. I mean,
they're like, we sufficiently melted his brain enough. Let's fucking let him out.
Let's get a political win here. Let's try to win some points. Let's do this.
Because, Biden doing it now, it's like a nothing burger. Like nobody really wants to be like, oh my god, the president let him out. But if Trump let him out, they'd be like, see, Trump let Assange out, you motherfuckers. Even though he locked him up.
Yeah, he's the one who got him locked up in the first place. Through a shady Ecuadorian deal, let's be honest. But yeah.
I wonder if that's why the Democrats did it, so that Trump wouldn't have that on the table or some shit, or
I don't know.
Or they just sufficiently thought that they fucked with him enough and made him plead on shit.
I mean,
because he had like a database of all of the ICE officers at the time that worked for that were a part of ICE, and
Yeah.
then he was like WikiLeaks was forced to delete all that shit,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden ICE goes fucking on their rampage publicly.
Yeah. Man, oh man. And people don't know that Trump called for the death of Assange. He's like, yeah, he deserves a death penalty. Even the Fox News guy was like, wait, you don't mean that, right? He's like, no, I mean it. Death penalty. Get rid of him.
He's a traitor to the country.
Well, he's not American,
Not even
sir.
a part of the fucking country.
I don't care. He's death penalty. I don't care.
He's a traitor. It's treason.
Throw him in Guantanamo. He's a loser. All right, let's keep playing. Alex and Nick. Once again, it may seem like a criticism from Alex Jones, but it's actually protection considering like what the actual charge is, which is you're lying to destabilize, destroy, and take over another country. And Alex is like, oh, well, it's just bad strategy. That's what Alex says. But here we go. Oh, good.
Before you play it, like speaking of protecting people, as in like protecting Trump, you notice how the quote unquote anti-Trump media keeps giving him every type of like excuse or out. Like, for example, when they were like, did Israel push you into this? It's like everyone is seemingly in lockstep to blame shift all this stuff onto Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once again, they are, like, people misconstrue what's being said, I think. Where I don't think any of us are saying Israel's not involved in this. Of course they are. Intricately involved. But the shit, like, to give it all towards Israel, which is what we just watched Tucker do. I'm sure Nick might lean in a direction like that. At least a little bit. And a lot of news people are going to be doing that. They're going to be shifting it towards Israel. And it's like, no, the U.S. is, I mean, as involved as it gets. They are head players in regards to Iran and the Middle East and all these, a lot of conflicts around the world. So I don't understand why it's like, just blame Israel about all this. Because Netanyahu says a speech out loud. Like, so what? So what? Maybe that's an excuse to do what they wanted to do anyways, which was overrun Iran. And we have some sense of like maybe a little bit of whistleblowing or anonymous officials allegedly and possibly saying that, oh, well, the White House wanted Israel to attack first so that it looks like it was them doing it. It was them starting it, and the U.S. is just there to help out. They were saying that. So that's a response to, essentially to Alex Jones, what he's saying. Of like, oh, you know, Marco Rubio, you know, wanted Israel to attack first. Like, yeah. For PR reasons, so that they can have cover for themselves. Because there is no excuse for this. There's no excuse for this. So, all right, let's play. Here we go.
It is. It's a complete unraveling, and it's clear what happened there. I think, look, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they want to run for president in 28, so they know that their butt is on the line here. If this Iran war doesn't go well, there go their presidential ambitions. And so I think that when Rubio comes out and says, well, Israel made us do it, obviously, this is like a real-time narrative construction so that
I
when
agree with
in 28, he's questioned about it on the debate stage, if this becomes a debacle, this is hedging. He can say,
You're like, say it like
well, we
you're
didn't
so
have any
surprised.
options. We had the choice. Either we go in with Israel at the beginning or Americans die. Well, I chose to, that's going to be the argument. That's going to be the campaign speech. That'll be the, screenshot this. In a few years, that is what he's going to say on the debate stage. We had a choice. If we didn't act, then more Americans would have died. And I stood with Trump. We made the bold decision to go in and blah, blah. That is clearly going to be the answer.
By the way, you're on a roll. You're on a roll. We got a whole other.
I don't cut you off real fast. But, okay. And I basically agree. But Nick does this thing where he's like, look, I predicted this. I called this. The only reason you guys even care about Israel is because of me. Like, he has, like, a sense like that. I'm like, bullshit, bro. Like, we all were, not everyone, but a lot of people understood all this stuff already. We have seen their actions, and we don't need to take
Including
a screenshot.
fucking Alex Jones.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard that motherfucker squawk about Israel a bunch.
Well, I mean, the fact that Nick is such a great predictor of things, but he's sitting in front of Alex Jones, who, does cape and covering for the fucking White House day in, day out, and Nick doesn't see that, apparently. It is crazy, but either way, it's like, he's not some genius on it. This is, I think, as obvious as it gets. if those guys run for office, they're going to get questions and pushback on this topic, on Iran, especially if it keeps getting worse, right? And yeah, they will have a canned fucking answer for all of it. But let's continue. Here we go.
Hour coming up, but let me just stop you. I said at the first of the show, they're going to use the insurance company shutting down the Strait of Hormuz as the claim that we've got to put a beachhead on the Iranian side so they can't close it to secure it for trade. I said I believe that'll be the excuse for boots on the ground, which they floated in the last 2 days, which Eric Prince freaked out about, rightfully. Ladies and gentlemen, he just put this out. Show the timestamp on this, guys. Scroll down. Pull it up. I just saw this now. Trump is now saying he signed an executive emergency order basically for war. If anybody tries to close the strait, it's already closed. So this is him using economic emergency powers to have an unofficial declaration of war. Nick, this is horrible. This is really bad. This is boots on the ground. So this is just a few minutes ago. What do you make of this, Nick Fuentes?
Well, it's like I said, we're being drawn in here. That is really the operative word. Nobody wants this. It's not in our interest. We are being slowly drawn in. And what that implies is that step by step, we're being dragged further into this. And that's always what happens. It always starts with, we're just putting maximum pressure sanctions. Well, we just killed Qasem Soleimani. Well, we just backed a cyber attack. It's always, we just did this one time. And all it does is increase our liability. It just increases our stake in this disaster. And so it was very obvious. Okay, we go in with the bombs really hard. We destroy the Navy. We destroy the missile launch platforms. Okay, well, then you get this logic like, well, you break it, you bought it. Now Iran inevitably is going to keep throwing missiles at us. We're running out of interceptors. So what do you do now? Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to shut down 20% of the oil trade. What do you do now? Again, you're being drawn in step by step, and our share of this, our stake in this.
I hate when people talk about the stockpile, and it's like, you don't know what the stockpile is, bro. There could be fucking underground warehouses the size of fucking football fields full of weapons.
Yeah. Yeah. But it is worthy of I think it's worthy to question for sure. Especially when you hear them say, no, we have unlimited ammo. Unlimited. Like, that should be questioned, I think. And how much are they willing to use to protect their dear soldiers that they don't actually care about? Let's just be honest. We, regular people, care more about those guys than the fucking government does. And also this idea of being dragged, like, you keep saying, no, this is against American interests. Like, yeah, for you fucking dummy. But those guys who are orchestrating this stuff and carrying out these plans, it fucking works for them. It's good for them. You think if the U.S. goes broke, Trump does too? If the U.S. goes broke, does J.D. Vance go broke too? Marco Rubio? Fuck it. Carolyn Levitt, right? The fucking press secretary. Does her life crumble apart because Bob can't afford gas anymore from fucking, West Virginia somewhere? Like, no. Their lives are fine. When healthcare doesn't pass, are they fucked? No, they're not fucked. They have healthcare. Premium, top-tier healthcare. Like, I'm just saying, they have, like, personal doctors. Like, all of it. They have the whole shebang-a-bang. All of it is, like, so, like, they're not losing anything from this. So when they say U.S. interests, like, you mean the regular people? They've been fucking these guys over forever. Not forever, but, like, in my lifetime. They've been fucking over regular people from the fucking, like, beginning of my life to where I'm at now. And it's like, I don't get it. It's like, yeah, American interests it's no interest here. It's all for Israel. It's like, no, those guys have a vested interest. People in government, people in intelligence, people in these fucking places in the U.S. government are definitely benefiting from, like, not in a real sense of benefiting, like what you think of benefiting, but like in a greed sense, in a narcissistic sense, in a creepy devil worshipping sense, they are benefiting by things going bad.
Like even if they sunk the fucking empire, they would have their offshore accounts, and then they would go to whatever other country that was happening, like China at the time.
Exactly.
And then they'd fuck that country up.
No, they'll do the same thing, seemingly. The way these guys lead in these other countries, Russia, China, But yeah, bring your fucking business, bring your fucking, your richest people over here, boost our economy, and they'll just repeat the same shit that just happened over here. Because it's a pathology.
There are lots of islands over here in the Asian Pacific you guys can do holidays in.
I kind of think all these actions that the Trump administration is doing is almost kind of like purposefully trying to sink, like, America.
I've heard the idea of that. I very much consider it. I very, very much consider it.
Because we're already at the end anyways, so it's like, might as well speed it up. They're probably thinking.
Yeah, it's either on purpose or it's like, but because of hubris, and it just is happening because they're so fucking mental.
Or it's just, what's that, no consideration of the other, meaning like full-blown psychopathy or
That's what I mean by
apathy.
hubris. Like they're so locked in that they just fuck it. It's like,
yeah,
it's like the Titanic or some shit.
But the few moments where filthy rich eat shit becomes a motion. Like
They're like, just keep playing the
picture.
violins, you motherfuckers.
All right. All right, let's hit play. Here we go. It's just like, once again, this idea of being dragged, like, actually somewhat agree with Trump. Like, no, they weren't dragged. They're part of this, and they want to be, and it's okay for them. It's only Bob losing his job or Johnny dying in the field somewhere. Not them. Barron Trump ain't going over there, right? He'll be fine. So, go ahead.
Like, even when Trump tries to say, like, no, I'm the one who dragged Israel into this. No, we're the ones who did this. Everyone's still like, nah, he's being blackmailed. He's being controlled by Israel.
Yep. Let's hear more of that. We're going to get a longer version of that. So strap in, folks. Pause. Here we go.
20% of the oil trade. What do you do now? Again, you're being drawn in step by step, and our share of this, our stake in this, is always increasing until you wake up and you find you're in this unthinkable scenario. So that's why I say I don't know that we can rule out boots on the ground in the future.
This wasn't an unthinkable scenario.
The executive order just says they'll protect me. Yeah, they're going to do it with troops. I already saw it. Been explaining this for decades because I've studied history.
It's a long way.
Is that the pre-clip?
Yes, that was the pre-clip.
Archaeology.
I let it play.
Oh, wow.
I let it play just in case we don't get there because it's an hour and 50 fucking minute video. So, and I have a. Let it go. Let it go. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
Wanna suck some balls.
All right, here we go.
It's a long way to the cock.
All right, let's play some more Alex Jones with some riveting coverage of the golden era, the beginning of the golden era in American history. Here we go.
Futurism, predictive programming, what the globalists wanted to build. Couldn't we build alternate plans and dreams? Because humans build what we dream, made in the image of God. And now
I am jealous of that. I can't play
it with David Icke.
We see Trump trying to fill the vacuum with a bunch of American power projection. And whereas I tacitly support the idea of Venezuela cutting off Cuba and Mexico, you see the aftermath, it's still a roll of the dice. But Iran is specifically for the interest of Greater Israel, with Huckabee now admitting Greater Israel, Israel admitting it, saying we're a superpower, bragging. Truly the stereotype of Israel wanting global domination and trying to control the U.S. is now a reality.
Listen, any country on planet Earth, I don't care if it's the smallest country or the biggest country, if they go against what the U.S. wants, which is control over, essentially be an ally and work with us or for us, or, you get ran over. That has been the policy for, like, I don't know, a long while now.
Couple 100 years.
I'd say so. And it's like, it is in their interest, my man. It is. They just don't want to tell you that. Here we go.
Just as it was 9 months ago when they said surgical strike, nuclear program, midnight hammer. And
yeah, they'll lie to do what they're doing.
The gayest fucking names
of this
midnight hammer.
Giving Trump, he thinks, a victory
midnight hammer.
Rather than sell full war,
even though
Just the most
Chairman
sus fucking
Kane of the Joint Chiefs of
sus
Staff,
names.
and others, like Eric Prince, that talks to the president and is very
Operation
smart,
Suck It Hard.
said, do not do it. The scenarios are too dangerous. And now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now the economy's in crisis. Now Iran is firing missiles never before seen that come in and then evade the interceptors. They're not surrendering.
Never before
just
seen,
kill
bro. They're fucking
more than
firing
Israel
fucking
like
basic
to
ass
do.
shit right now.
Sauron
It's more
on the Council
so
of 12.
shit that
And you study their power setup, it just gets more psychotic
They
as you
didn't-
go deeper, and they're
that people
thousands
didn't know
deep.
Like
Iran
he's acting
had.
like they launched the
This does
hypersonic
nothing.
missiles and shit.
And then
They
the
have-
big bombshell. We'll cover
they
this
have
first with
in
Nick
the 12-day
Fuentes for the
war.
next
They did do
45 minutes.
hypersonic?
Yes.
Appreciate him joining us.
And I think they did
Oh,
one
shit.
in this most recent.
Marco Rubio did.
The idea is that they have some shit that people didn't. I'm sure governments knew, but we, as regular people, didn't know they had all that shit, and they showcase it. And that's
I knew they had. They fucking announced when they got hypersonic like fucking years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah,
When right after Russia, like within a year of Russia announcing, I'm pretty sure that the United States fucking created hypersonic, and then everyone else fucking,
yeah,
or Russia created it, and then the United States just replicate it like that, because it's not like it's that crazy of technology. It's just extremely fast.
yeah. And the point is that it could evade or go so fast that the Patriot missiles can't stop them. That's the idea. And it's like, oh, how many do they have? Yeah, they've barely used them so far, and that's why people are a
There's
little
this
bit worried.
There's this really interesting thing. Well, Paul Jay's been talking about it a lot lately, but like that the Iron Dome and the gold, like the Trump's trying to push for the Golden Dome, and he's saying that it's just like a lie and like a military industrial boondoggle to get money, because like they don't work like they claim they do, and like this shit just proves it. Like all these people bought those weapons because Israel and America were like, it's impenetrable and all this shit, and then fucking it's just getting shown the fuck up by Iran, some fucking like country that everybody thought was like Stone Age.
Yeah, like maybe it stops like rockets from Gaza, but or Lebanon or whatever. But like
Even then, it doesn't. That's how Paul Jay was saying that it's like disproven, that it's like gets like it's only statistics, and like there's always going to be a certain amount that gets through.
Yeah.
And then the crazier the weaponry is, like, yeah, it's like the more will get through because they can't keep up. But they'll take down maybe like one or two weapons or bombs or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's the point, is you fucking launch like 20, and then they're busy fucking dealing with the 20, and then you launch another 20.
Yeah. Exactly. Or those like cluster looking things that Iran's been shooting.
Yeah, cluster munitions.
All right. Let's continue with Alex Jones. Here we go.
Hedges bets yesterday. We'll play the clip in a moment. Says, "Oh yeah, I mean we had to go in because we give the weapons. That's why to Israel, and so Iran's doctrine is to hit us and all our bases, and any country that has our bases. So we had to preemptively hit them, or the missile attacks would have been much worse. So that's like I had to attack you before you attacked me. And then I said at the start of the show, and I said Trump doesn't want people to know that." The tail's wagging the dog. He's going to get pissed. Sure enough, he said in the press conference with the German Chancellor Merz, "Oh no, Israel didn't do this. Oh, we always attack during the day." No, you don't. That's way more dangerous for so many things. The stealth profile, just with the light hitting the wings.
Bro, that's retarded. You're not allowed to fucking bomb at night, you fucking war criminal loser.
And there's more condensation during the day. And it just goes
why
on.
isn't he bombing at night? You know, like they did in World War II.
During the day. That's why I said they're going to hit about 6 o'clock
You know,
U.S.
when all
time,
the civilians are
middle of the night over
sleeping.
there. That turned out was the attack plan. Israel attacks first, hits the underground base with the Ayatollah meeting. This was Israel literally dragging us in.
And plus, it's just a bit. It's like a pause real quick.
World War.
It's like a basic like psych out. You know what I mean? It's like if America constantly bombs
at night,
countries at night, it's like obviously why wouldn't they bomb during the day at some point?
Yeah.
To like psych them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's Man, I consider the idea of them bombing that little girls' school on purpose to get them pissed off and like, all right, this will get them to be active, and
Yeah,
thus we
get
have
them
the excuse to keep bombing and bombing and bombing.
like even create
Yeah.
possible terrorist attacks and shit.
Yeah. Like, well, you killed his dad, this guy's like little girl. Like, yeah, he's pissed. He's very pissed. But then again, these are apathetic, devil worshipping motherfuckers, in my humble opinion. And Alex is paid by or threatened by to why he does what he does. But maybe it's too much. Maybe it's gone too far. Let's find out. Yeah, Alex has
It's funny too, like he's saying that because it's daytime. It's like, bro, these fucking bombers are so high in the sky you can't see them. That's why they're called stealth bombers, and they move at extremely fast speeds.
Yeah.
And the shape of them stops you from seeing it as well, and all this shit. Like fucking, he's just a dumbass. He just fucking.
Yeah, he thinks he's an
My
expert.
fucking stoned ass knows more than him about this shit. He covers it all the time.
And the idea of airspace just, I mean, absolutely cleared out. Absolutely cleared out because they cleared out the other countries. That's why it's a safe route right to Iran with stealth bombers. Like there's no Assad, waiting to shoot down fucking ships flying in their airspace, right? So they're just chilling. They can just run through everywhere. But
yeah,
which is why I think those things had to happen in the first place to get to Iran. I think there was a reason for the order in regards to like which countries they targeted first and last. But all right, here we go.
With the Ayatollah meeting, this was Israel literally dragging us in to the beginning of a third world war. And
goddamn Israel, damn it!
Now
dare you?
Rubio's like, oh no, Israel didn't drag us in. You can't deny the fact that 200 Israeli aircraft, 30 attacked the command base in Tehran with precision-guided AI bombs. And then Israel, we now learn, has hacked into all the cameras.
I don't know why that makes
released
the
video
U.S.
being
has
blown
to do
up
anything.
in the
I don't get
bunker
it.
and brags, oh, we're in all their cameras. It's just unbelievable. So Israel's
blackmail going on.
Netanyahu's trying to get us all killed. Tucker Carlson's totally right that Bibi's out of control. Israel's out of control. And Nick Fuentes is totally vindicated in his predictions of all of this. Because last year, during the election 2 years ago, he said, Trump's going to go to full war with Iran. And I put pressure, we all did, and hoped that what happened last year, 9 months ago, wouldn't go all the way. But now we're here.
This is not some genius.
Yeah, you put pressure.
Yeah, this is not some genius shit, Alex Jones. You're a full of shit motherfucker, basically. Is how you didn't see the U.S. going to war with Iran. Like, come on. Well, let's be real. Alex probably knew. Like, I mean, all signs were pointing there. All signs were pointing there. I got
the circles he be running in, and like they fucking hate Iran. Like people on the right that I've been around, they're fucking always just bringing up Iran out of nowhere and being like, they're the worst. We gotta take them over. Ayatollah, fucking muzzies.
The fucking establishment itself, Democrat and Republican, have all been kind of gun-ho for fucking Iran. They've all been gun-ho for Iran. They've all been gun-ho for
like
keeping
fucking
the
John
Epstein stuff
McCain literally
quiet.
sang a ditty about it. Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, it's just
sang a ditty.
He sang a little ditty, yeah. Fucking bomb Iran. He remixed. I don't even know who fucking
Beach Boys
wrote that. The Beach Boys, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like the establishment has been moving this direction for a while now. Like Biden did fucking nothing about this and kept up all the fucking supporting propaganda and sanctions and all this stuff that will lead to exactly to where we're at right now. This is all very predictable. Very predictable. I'm sure in celebrity right-wing dumb fucks, I'm sure like, oh, it's an anomaly that someone like called out like, we're gonna go to war with Iran, man. We're gonna do that. Like, I'm sure it's over there a fucking anomaly, but in reality with people that are serious journalists or serious commentators who are already aware of this stuff. Like, don't take one bullshit thing that, kind of covered for the Trump administration, the White House, all this time. Don't take one thing like that and just dismiss everyone else because of that. Like, oh my God, who could have predicted other than Nick fucking Fuentes? Oh my God. Because now you're going into another fucking lie and another cover story. Let's be honest. For another dumb fuck who's okay with imperialism. He's okay with taking over countries. He just wants to be clean and nice and neat and not cost so much money. That seems to be his ideology. So no, Nick is not some savant. A lot of his stuff is fucking borrowed. And motherfuckers have been talking about this for a very long time. Go back to the fucking 80s, 70s, 60s. There's journalists out there that are talking about, yeah, Iran is a fucking place to run down because of what they have access to. Same as like the Panama, although it gets less coverage, right? The Panama Canal. Where you're like, yeah, Western powers want to control that shit. For sure. A lot of countries do. Or at least have like a stake in it. Same with Strait of Hormuz. Same thing. It's fucking obvious the way they move around. And if you're not a BFF of the fucking U.S., there's a good chance you might get shit on. And they'll make up the reason. They'll make it up as they go. They're terrorists over there. Oh my God, they're starving their own people. Oh my God, they're gassing their own people. They'll make it up as they go.
Took the damn babies out of incubators.
God damn it, how dare they? They'll make it up as they go, just like Alex makes shit up as he goes. Maybe for different reasons, but... Alright, here we go. And by the way, Khamenei was not fucking
And you
hiding,
read the Israeli
as far as I
papers and
understand.
see the Likudniks, they don't even think about geopolitics. They don't think about the Strait of Hormuz closed and China all angry with half its oil cut off. They just literally have all the articles. We run America. We're the superpower. Yeah, we're going to get Turkey next. I'll play the last Israeli prime minister bragging. We may have to hit Saudi Arabia. So we got megalomania going on right now. And
it's all Israeli, damn it.
We have
Trump is just, he's tricked.
Little time to turn this back. So let's go to clip 16. This is Marco Rubio. Yesterday, like, hey, it's no big deal. Israel struck, we had to. So literally saying Israel drives our policy. This is an admission. Now they're trying to put that back in the bottle. I don't care what Rubio said. I said that Saturday. We already know this.
I mean, Alex is a liar, but for the audience, they have basically, like, it's been understood that they wanted Israel to attack first, so they had the excuse saying Israel did this, so that's why we're doing what we're doing, as like a PR move. Meanwhile, it's like, who gave them intelligence and helped along with intelligence? Who fuels their fucking planes? Who fucking gives them coordinates and logistics? Who gives them air support? Who bombs alongside them as they're doing what they're doing? Like, come on. Like, it's apparently working. We just watched, at least for the quote-unquote right-leaning people, like Alex Jones or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, they're all saying, like, yeah, Israel did this. It's Israel's fault. They dragged us. They blackmailed us. They made us. Whatever. They tricked us. And by us, they mean
It's like
the
when
US
people
government.
say like a kid like rules the household or whatever, and it's like, no, the fucking adult rules the household or whatever, and it's like fucking just trying to like infantilize fucking Israel or the United States kind of thing.
It makes them look what? Like they're a victim of something. And so
Yeah,
that means
like they're the baby.
So if that
not that fucking Israel is the pet project.
I think it's a working teammate gangster shit. That's what I think. I think a team of gangsters saying, all right, we're going to do this now. And they're a little den of thieves, right? They plan out shit, then they do it. But either way, it's like, apparently this thing is, that little leak thing, if that's real, if that's legit, about them wanting Israel, like telling Israel, like, yo, you guys attack first so that we can fucking have that excuse. we don't look as bad, and we're like the big force, right? We're the big, powerful force that is going to attack these countries like with all our weaponry and all our munitions and all that shit, right? So thus, if we don't look like a bad guy, if we look like a little bit better, right? Maybe like a tricked guy, a duped guy, a neutral guy, then when our bombs go off, because it won't look as bad, and that helps all of us. Be the big bad guy of the world, Israel, while we actually are supplying you with weaponry and technology and shit like that, and we're also bombing ourselves. So it worked perfectly for these idiots. Maybe not Alex. I think Alex was just part of it. I think Tucker is too, as well. To be honest with you, I think they're part of this little apparatus that's destroying the fucking world. Yeah, same team, I think. But either way, it's working on the public, I think. We're like, oh my god, don't that soldier I showed you that was getting dragged out of Congress, like he was protesting, right? I don't want to fight. I don't want to die for Israel.
Dude that broke his arm, bro. Oh my god.
What?
Shit. Dude, the dude that broke his arm.
I don't know if he broke his arm, but he was like yelling and protesting at Congress in his military outfit, right? And he's being dragged out of the room.
Yeah, they broke that motherfucker's arm.
Oh shit.
He was gripping to the door, and his arm was like in between the back of the door, and fucking they snapped his arm.
Well, it took 5 of those fools to get this one guy out of there, which is crazy.
Take him down, yeah.
But yeah, it was. What's he screaming though? He's screaming like, "I don't want to go to war. I don't want to die for Israel." Right? And it's like, like that's what's sticking in people's minds now. Meanwhile, this isn't strictly for Israel. They are part of it, but it's not strictly for them. When the U.S., as far as I understand, throughout my entire existence on planet Earth, when they say U.S. interests, they don't mean Bob at the fucking mechanic shop. They don't mean that. They mean their little apparatus, their interests, and we've seen it play out. But all right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
So now he gaslights and says, "Oh no, they didn't. Oh no, they did." Or something.
The United States conducted this operation with a very clear goal in mind. I haven't got a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's 2 reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bears to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that
like
we
a preacher.
Preemptively go after them before they launched.
We knew we didn't.
We would have higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So,
bro, doesn't he speak like a preacher? His cadences?
No preacher I've ever heard.
He reminds me of like Southern Baptist fucking people that just be like, I
don't get that sense.
He was speaking in like chunks.
I understand, but I never. Maybe it's his accent that throws me out. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This idea that, like, hey, if Russia attacked Iran, they're just going to shoot at, like, what, U.S. bases? Shoot at Israel? Doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. And let's be real. The only evidence we have in regards to, hey, if Iran is attacked by anyone, they're just going to bomb everyone, right? that idea, like we saw the 12-Day War, where that is not really substantiated. So again, they did not bomb the U.S. until the U.S. bombed them. That's what we have on record. That's what's on record right now. I don't care if it's for PR reasons why they do that, or if it's for, trying to be, just in their actions. Whatever the reasons are, that is the evidence we have. We saw them over summer get bombed by Israel, right? Who'd they attack? Israel. They attacked Israel. Then the U.S. bombs them. They shoot a whatever bomb at the U.S. When they killed Soleimani, they attacked. Did they bomb Israel up and down? They attacked U.S. bases, although not, once again, in like a not, if this makes any sense, non-threatening way. They bombed bases. So
Yeah, like they literally told them like we're gonna bomb these specific places for retaliation. Like they literally told the United States what they were gonna do before they even did it.
yeah, apparently,
Just to make sure they can evacuate the people.
yeah, basically, as far as I understand, that seems to be the case. So them saying, "Oh my God, an imminent attack," and listen, Israel. We knew Israel was gonna go bomb them, so thus when Israel bombs them, they're gonna bomb us. So thus we preemptively started attacking as well. That is bullshit, as far as I understand, and they provided no evidence for it. None. No evidence for that shit. But they can't because it's top secret. With the dumbest and let's be real, most apathetic motherfuckers on planet Earth telling us, "Don't worry, trust us, bro. It's top secret though. We can't show you the evidence, but trust us." Sorry, I can't. Let's play. Here we go.
Oh, Israel hits them, so we have to go to full war now.
Cleanse myself.
And they try to claim, we're just trying to get their missiles now. No, Trump says, we killed 40-something, now we're kill the rest. Yeah. It's about regime change. So these are clear promises broken. This is clearly unconstitutional. Didn't get congressional authorization. This is full war.
Tell him, Alex.
It's out of control.
Yeah, Alex.
I appreciate Nick holding while I did a 10-minute intro. Nick Fuentes is our guest. And
Fuentes.
This guy's pro-white. This guy's whatever. We have major universities saying no whites allowed. We have whites of the devil must be exterminated. New York Times. This is the natural response to that. So I don't want to hear a bunch of stuff. I always want to say that as a premise right up front. So Nick.
No, Alex. Nick Fuentes is not because they keep yelling at white people. That's why Nick Fuentes is here. That's why I do what I do, Alex. It's because of these anti-white people out there. Like, no, we've seen his ideology. We've heard about the race and IQ shit and behavioral, quote-unquote, behavioral sciences and psychology that Nick thinks he's actually talking about, that he borrowed from Jared Taylor and people like that and Stefan Molyneux. Like, come on. It's not a response to blue-haired college kids saying, yeah, white people are racist. It's not a response to that, bro. Let's just be honest. But let's apply. Let's hear two dingbats circle jerk each other. Here we go.
You told us what was coming 2 years ago. You've been proven right. You're like the new Alex Jones being right on things. So I want you to give your take on what's currently happening and then what you predict is going to come next. And is there any way to get Trump to extricate himself?
These are our prediction experts, by the way. Apparently.
Well, I'll take the last question first. I think the answer is no. And I was very pessimistic about the prospect of that going into this administration. As you know, in 2024, I said that Trump is the Iran war candidate. It was inevitable that Trump would take us to war. And as a matter of fact, I think that's a large reason why he got elected in the first place. I think that if you look at the election in 2020, it was obviously stolen and rigged. And so you say, well, how did he then come back and win in 2024? Well, clearly the riggers had to stand down and let him take office. And whether that's a combination of the media, social media,
or do you ever think that
whatever you want to say,
it was just
they
rigged
let him win? And I
upon his behalf? Is that ever even a possibility in this guy's head?
Yeah, well, it's called critical thinking. So who knows if Nick partakes in that? I don't think so too often. I think it's a lot of borrowed. Someone else who's critical and just borrowing their kind of points and taking it and running with it. But also, it's like I don't see it. I'm trying my hardest. I still don't see a fucking difference between these parties and their foreign policy behaviors. Maybe they would delay the attack on Iran. Maybe it'd be delayed. And I think maybe the Democrats are, all right, we're going to keep this thing going, but like wait till a Republican comes into office. You know? Or, once again, if Israel attacks Iran, the U.S. would jump in. And the U.S. would be aware of the attack in the first place. Like, it is what it is. I have to fucking leave and come back real fast. Lagging.
Love you, Mr. Glitch.
Here we go.
Figures had to stand down and let him take office. And whether that's a combination of the media, social media, electioneering, whatever you want to say, they let him win. And I think they let him win because they knew that unlike Joe Biden and unlike the Democrats, he was going to have no hesitation, no reluctance whatsoever to engage Iran and its proxies, which, of course, he then did throughout 2025 and 26. So as to whether he can extricate himself from the situation, I don't think so. I think that over and over, we see the same pattern where whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, Israel triggers a confrontation with Iran. And the United States does its best, I think, in both cases, in a Democrat or Republican administration, to mitigate the severity of the confrontation. So Joe Biden used deterrence. I believe that Donald Trump last year wanted that midnight hammer strike to be the end of the nuclear program and one tap and the war. But of course, Israel has orchestrated all of these different confrontations. They're deliberately provoking and triggering them. And I think that was the same story here. What has happened, as you said, as Rubio said yesterday, is that Israel came to the United States. Netanyahu came to the White House for, I believe, the 6th time since Trump took office for the 2nd time. And he told Trump, we're going in. And you can join us or you cannot join us, but we're going to attack and your soldiers are going to be collateral damage. And so they forced our hand. And what is happening now, once again, is actually very much more of the same, which is that in the same way that in previous years, Washington and Tel Aviv actually diverge on their Iran policy. For example, Washington seeks denuclearization. Our doctrine is non-proliferation of WMDs. Our imperative is we don't want Iran to have the bomb. Israel, on the other...
You had a guarantee of that... This is such bullshit. What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? Listen, you don't think the U.S., once again, whether Republican or Democrat, know well in advance, that what Israel plans to do when it comes to Iran. Of course they fucking know. Because Israel can't do it without the fucking U.S. They don't have the fucking firepower for that. And they're going to eat their own shit from the response from Iran. We just saw it happen over summer. So, like, the U.S. knows in advance. How do you stop that? You just say, like, you're on your own. In fact, we're going to warn Iran about it. Then it's done. Israel's like, all right, fine. We're not going to do anything then. All right, we're chilling. It's obvious. I think it's fucking obvious. I know people have like, oh my God, well, then Israel just use fucking nukes. I don't think so. I really don't think so. So I'm trying to figure out this stuff where it's like the U.S. gets, the warning, hey, we're going to bomb Iran now, so you guys have to jump in too. Where is that written in reality? I'm trying to find that. I really am. I don't fucking see it though. Once a Democrat or Republican, they're going to know about it. In fact, they're going to know about it so much that they're actually involved in the action itself. So, like, and once again, these so-called negotiations were bullshit off rip. They were bullshit the whole time. It was bullshit. They knew zero enrichment was not going to fucking move Iran to sign a deal. They knew that was a red line. So, like, it's theater essentially. But all right, let's play. There we go.
Well, Washington seeks denuclearization.
No, they
doctrine
fucking
is non-proliferation of WMDs. Our imperative is we don't want Iran to have the bomb. Israel, on the other hand, has always wanted regime change. And these are
What
two
the
completely
fuck?
different things. Israel
So
wants
has the
termination,
US.
not just of the Ayatollah, but of the
That's
entire
so
Islamic
pathetic.
revolutionary government. And so
They're going to call us stupid for
that
this, prop.
tension
They're
has
going to say, we're dumb and
characterized
Nick knows
the
better.
three-way diplomacy
You love
between the
Israel,
U.S.,
don't you?
Israel, and
Like,
Iran.
No, like,
This war is more of the same. I believe that Trump went in knowing that Israel was going in. And I believe the play, to the extent that there is any kind of a plan, is Trump wants the Venezuela model. I'm sure that he, and I think Vance and the others as well, they thought they would go in hard and quickly against Iran, destroy the Navy, destroy the missile production, destroy the missile launch platforms, kill some of the top brass. And the expectation is that somebody from within the Iranian Revolutionary Guard would rise up as a pragmatist and negotiate with the United States for peace. And
is he just reading headlines and just repeating it back to me? Like, you're not saying anything, my man. They could say that on paper, but it looks more so like the fucking Syria model. You dits. The point is, like, take out leadership, have a ground, like, because you can't just do, like, that was already understood about Iran. You can't just do that. If their top guy dies, the next guy's like, yeah, we're going to fuck you up now for this. And it goes right down the line.
They just announced the sun in with the same name.
The son of the sun will show up and like do the same thing. There is no take out leadership. You're not taking out the entire IRGC and their entire like apparatus in Iran by doing sky bombs. These guys can hide places. You can't just kill them all like that. And what's going to happen? They're going to launch shit in response. The only way to stop that is troops on the fucking ground. You're telling me little rinky-dink Yellow Brick Road knows that, but the fucking U.S. government doesn't know that? Of course they know that. That's why they commit CIA guys to start arming and funding fucking random groups to go into Iran themselves and start fucking blowing shit up and shooting their, like, doing ground force shit. If that fails, I'm sure they might go to U.S. troops on the ground with other Western nations and Israelis working in tandem with them. But this guy's Nick's just repeating what the White House says about all of it. Essentially. Where, like, once again, it takes Trump off the hook. Oh, Trump, like, listen, Trump thought it was just going to be like a one-time bombing and then boom, he's good. But in reality, you know, he's dragged into a war. Like, how come you're, like, what's with the assigning of motives like this? When we don't see any evidence for it. Everything we saw was a move towards this action, towards this fucking conflict. Clear as day. From pulling out of deals, to the sanctions, to, hey, are you guys giving these guys things? Yeah, you're sanctioned too.
To assassinating their fucking generals and other people.
Yes. I mean, Russia pipelines are intricately involved in this fucking conflict. On the surface, it's right there. So, like, what how's the predictor of world history not seeing that? How come he's just repeating, like, kind of like, in my opinion, like, kind of lacking fucking theories and narratives? Trump thought he was just going to bomb a couple times and it'll all be over. Like, come on. Let's back up. There we go. Because I thought that was incredible the way he just assessed that. He thought it was going to be like Venezuela. Like, he did? Really? There we go.
In hard and quickly against Iran, destroy the Navy, destroy the missile production, destroy the missile launch platforms, kill some of the top brass. And the expectation is that somebody from within the Iranian Revolutionary Guard would rise up as a pragmatist and negotiate with the United States for peace. And they would maintain Iran's government structure and security architecture while being pliant or compliant with the United States.
By the way, you're not just speculating. They admit this, an insane gamble, just a crazy shot-in-the-dark gamble.
He's just repeating what these guys said. Just repeating it. Yeah, I had some guys I was eyeing to be the new leader. We kind of killed them, but, you know, we wanted them to be the new leaders. AKA spies, right? Guys you converted towards your side for whatever how you did it, right? But like that's not like that was, in my opinion, not going to work. As soon as these guys stepped up and said, "Listen, I'm taking over the military. We need to sign a deal with the U.S." They'd kill that person probably. And Iran is not the same fucking deal, man. Not the same deal. Not the same military. Not the same fucking resources and all that shit. So who the fuck was thinking that? Okay. There we go. Okay.
Yes, and that is the correct word. It's a gamble. That is totally a roll of the dice, whether that will happen. We just don't know that. We don't know who that might be, if that will happen. Now, further, this is why this is the ongoing divergence in Washington Tel Aviv policy. That's not going to be enough for Israel. Even if that was possible, let's say in your revolutionary, zealot, Shiite, theocratic government, you get a faction from the IRGC that wants to negotiate with Washington after they killed the Ayatollah and half the leadership and blew up the country. Even if that happens, will this satisfy Israel? The answer is no. Because what Israel is seeking is a total regime change. They want to install a liberal democratic government, maybe led by the Shah, or at least a transition led by the Shah. And why? So that they can manipulate the future state of Iran, as they did in Syria, as they did in Iraq, as they did in these other countries.
And that was my point from Saturday.
So this is not what Israel wants. Apparently, is this promise. They want a, what do you call it, liberal, whatever the fuck, non-theocratic leader. But like, go look at Syria. Wouldn't they want that there too? Did they get that? Of course not. They didn't get that. It's like, it's like, so like what? It was like, yeah, we need to do this. We need to bomb this place. We need to overthrow the government, take over the country. And the U.S. is like, all right, we'll do that, but we're gonna pick we're gonna decide what happens with this country afterwards. Is that what Nick's saying? I don't understand what he's saying. Like, where is Israel choosing the fucking leadership of other countries? Where's that happening at? Like, for real. Other than like kind of wayward, like, let's fund Hamas through Qatar. While talking shit about Qatar, by the way, as they do it. Like, come on. Like, I'm trying to figure out the logic of Nick. Like, what is he saying as a foreign policy analyst? Like, what is he saying? That makes sense. It's like, well, Israel just wants to fucking, he's saying they're controlling the narrative, right? Not narrative. They're controlling the actual push and actual reasons for why they're all engaging with Iran right now. But they don't actually get the result they want, because we just looked at Syria. I'm sure they want Assad out, obviously. They want the Golan Heights, obviously. But Syria became more theocratic, not less. This Jolani guy coming in and Assad leaving made the leadership of the country, more theocratic. Duh. Liberal? Are you sure? More liberal over there? Okay. Like, come on, son. What are you talking about? Let's back up. Okay. Let's back up. Here we go.
Government, maybe led by the Shah, or at least a transition led by the Shah. And why? So that they can manipulate the future state of Iran, as they did in Syria, as they did in Iraq, as they did in these other countries.
And that was my point.
The U.S. appointed the leader of Syria, and they fucking bombed him. They bombed him not too long after he took power. Come on. After the U.S. gave the stamp of approval and said, all right, you're the new leader of Syria. Israel bombed them. And the U.S. is like, don't do that again. And they haven't done it since. There we go. Your zips and drills and shit prop. God damn it. Whatever you're doing.
What'd I do?
I can hear the drilling. Pause. Are you a dentist? What the fuck?
Yeah, baby.
All right. There we go.
This one-dimensionally, yeah, mullahs are bad, but the British and the U.S. and Israel always put worse people in, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria. The idea that the West is this fairy godmother creating My Little Pony heavens is bullshit.
Well, that's totally true. And not only that, but I think it's likely at this point that a hardliner regime takes power, because who's going to be left after these people watch their leaders get killed and their colleagues and their own countrymen get killed? I don't think they become more compliant. And it's a country of 90 million people. They have 1 million soldiers between all the security services. I don't know that they're just going to lay down and beg for mercy at this point. Why would they?
Americans, even a pussified Americans wouldn't do that. The Vietnamese they're not going to lay down. They're going to get more aggressive.
They will, and that plays into Israel's hands, because then what this does is it basically reignites the pretext for war. So, the language in the Trump admin is escalation. We're going to bomb them even harder. We're not ruling out boots on the ground. It can always get worse. And so maybe you get a ceasefire, a new regime comes to power, they don't surrender, and then we have to come up with a more permanent solution. And this is where now the U.S. is talking to the Kurds and talking about the Kurds maybe potentially being a ground force.
Now they're talking about breaking
militias.
Iran up, which is the Israeli plan to break up every country there.
That's
right, as they did in Iraq,
on
as they did in
relations,
Syria. That's
Alex.
the textbook Israeli grand strategy. So
it's Israel.
And that's the thing. You never see the end of the Iran war. It's always, this is just the latest climax. This is just the latest ceiling of hostilities between the U.S., Iran, and Israel, which have been ongoing for decades. And I don't think this is the end of it. So I don't know that I'd
totally
be surprised.
agree. Do you think Trump even, I'm not trying to give him a get out of jail free card, but I actually know what your answer is. I know you're smart. Do you think Trump even understands this? And the answer is no.
No, I don't think so. And
oh, brilliant. Does he care? I think the answer is no, too. Which is that's just as bad as saying, yeah, all right, here's my plan. Kill these guys over here, destroy us over there. Here's my devil worshipping plan. Let me do this, do that. Not caring is the same thing. Meaning, who's going to die? Who cares? All right, kill him. Fuck it. I'll be fine, right? Right? I'll be fine. All right, who cares? Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing. What difference does it fucking make? But the point is they're trying to, at least Alex says, trying to make excuses for the character of Trump. And saying, well, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just a dupe. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's not complicit in all this shit. Get the fuck out of here. Like he's seeking peace but doesn't understand how to do it. Get the fuck out of here with that narrative. God, like they're just up and down the line of quote-unquote right-wing commentators are doing this. They're excuse-making. Straight up excuse-making. Up and down the line. And the quote-unquote left-leaning commentators are saying, yeah, it's all Republicans doing this. It's their fault. Meanwhile, like their administration's also marched the narrative towards this direction in the first place. So, here we go. Whatever.
I think he just overestimates his abilities. I'm sure that in part, maybe they did Venezuela to build up his confidence, because Venezuela is a totally different story. 28 million people. The regime's not loyal.
They did the limited bombing thing and let him negotiate and have Israel stand down. They did that thing last year, I said, to get his confidence up with Iran.
You did say that. I remember.
He's being tricked, man. You said
exactly
Trump is being tricked.
I think that is quite literally the play, which is you get that momentum, you get that inertia. And I'm sure they told him that this would create a deterrent effect. You do it to Venezuela, you can bring the force to Iran and say, hey, look,
remember, they got
look what we did
top
to this guy.
psychologists.
Yeah, guys, tell me about Trump's fucking bedtime stories. Please tell me about them. And how this is what happened. This is how Trump is the way he is. He's tricked. He got fooled. He got duped. They had to build his confidence up to get him to do what he's doing now. Tell me another fucking bedtime story, please. Get the fuck out of here. They don't even, once again, these guys may not even realize, in regards to, when you're talking to an audience, well, I think Alex does. Nick probably does too, let's be honest. When you talk to an audience, right, try to give them the feel goods because hey guys, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You voted you voted for Trump, right? And he got duped, which means you got duped. Sleep easy, guys. Don't think about it. Don't be like, feel guilt or emotional like stress because the guy you were ranting and raving at people on the internet for and campaigning for him on the internet with and all that shit. Don't feel bad that you guys were a part of that because he got tricked. And also for themselves for supporting this guy. Listen, he's the real deal, but he got tricked. They did a speed run in Venezuela to boost his confidence, to get him to do this shit over here. Like it's up to him. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, whatever. All right, Alex is gonna bring up psychologists, creepy psychologists. They tricked Trump and they made him do it. They made him do it. There's no responsibility being laid at the feet of the guy who gets on a stage and says, "We're doing this now. We're bombing Iran. We're taking out their leadership." That guy gets no credit for anything. Like, so it's like that's just like extremes of things instead of like, let's look at it for real. The guy probably doesn't give a fuck about any of this. He'll read his fucking teleprompter and say, "Yeah, we're going to war." He'll follow orders for sure. But he's not being tricked. He's just okay with it. But instead, these two dingbats will read it as like, "Oh, Trump got tricked." Probably for the fan. Let's be honest. And this might be for the audience. Make them feel better about themselves. Yeah, you guys weren't wrong. See, you were tricked by someone who was tricked. And us as experts, we weren't tricked either. Us as experts, we're not culpable either because we were tricked by someone who was tricked as well. And now they're the lead predictors of things, according to themselves. I predicted this shit. Did ya? Did you, pal? Yeah, me too. Sure. Here we go.
That inertia, and I'm sure they told him that
Look at
this
him writing
would create
fairy
a
tales for
deterrent
this guy.
effect. You do it to Venezuela, you can bring the force to Iran and say,
And
"Hey,
let's
look,
remember, they
look
got
what we did
top
to this guy."
psychologists, the really good ones, are studying Trump. I mean, they're pitching him bullshit, seeing what works, going back. I mean, it's disgusting.
It is, and they manipulate
It
him.
is?
People say it's blackmail.
You think it is? They hire psychologists just for Trump because, man, that brain right there, he's so smart and clever and he's really smart, and so they have to hire a team of psychologists to manipulate Trump. Next is like, well, listen, it's really true. True thing, Alex. Holy fuck! I'll let the whole exchange play because I keep pausing too much, but like it's embarrassing if you're buying this shit as the analysis for the Iran situation in regards to the U.S. government. If you're buying into this, you're a fucking idiot. Sorry to tell you. Here we go.
Stands this an amateur is no.
No, I don't think so. And I think he just overestimates his abilities. I'm sure that in part, maybe they did Venezuela to build up his confidence because Venezuela is a totally different story. 28 million people. The regime's not loyal.
They did the limited bombing thing and let him negotiate and have Israel stand down. They did that thing last year, I said, to get his confidence up with Iran.
You did say that. I remember I was down there and you said exactly that. And I think that is quite literally the play, which is you get that momentum, you get that inertia. And I'm sure they told him that this would create a deterrent effect. You do it to Venezuela, you can bring the force to Iran and say,
And
"Hey,
let's
look,
remember, they
look
got
what we did
top
to this guy."
psychologists, the really good ones, are studying Trump. I mean, they're pitching him bullshit, seeing what works, going back. I mean, it's disgusting.
It is, and they
these
manipulate
lawyers.
him. People say it's blackmail. People say they got a tape of him. I don't think it's that complicated. I think that they surround him. They saturate his information diet, and and they form his opinions. They create the options. And the question is, where's the personnel? Where's Tulsi Gabbard? Isn't she the DNI? Where is she? Where's Vance? Where's Rubio? These are all supposed to be America First people that we were supposed to be excited about in the cabinet. And what we find from the Times is that not even a single one of them told Trump not to do it. And these were all ostensibly supposed to be against the endless wars, the Middle Eastern
And by the way, I
conflicts.
didn't think you were wrong 2 years ago when you predicted this.
I mean, look at that explanation, right? everyone around him, they're manipulating him, right, to get him to do something. But he also said the people that are actually around him didn't say to not do it. So like, was Trump doing this on his own? Was he doing this by, being guided? Make it make sense, guys. With that assessment, he just said he's manipulated, but he's also, his closest advisors are also not partaking in any of this. Like, who's he talking? Like a staffer? His media person? Are they the ones saying like, "Yo, bomb Iran"? Who's he listening to? Is it just Israel? It's just Israel, right? It's Bibi Netanyahu saying, "Listen, Donald, we need to bomb them." All right. I'm not going to ask my advisors anything. Okay, let's just do it. Fuck. There we go.
Told Trump not to do it. And these were all ostensibly supposed to be against the endless wars, the Middle Eastern
By the way, I
conflicts.
didn't think you were wrong 2 years ago when you predicted this, or last year when you said it. I hope we can avert this. But clearly now, if you follow Trump's psychology, I think he just doubles down. So where does that go?
So I think that it will end in regime change one way or another. What happens imminently is sort of unpredictable. It's hard to imagine how exactly the Iranians respond and what the Trump administration has up its sleeves in terms of escalation. But I think that Israel, clearly they're driving the policy. They've orchestrated all of these events.
Okay.
They're not letting go until there's a regime change. And what Israel wants, they get. So I think that before the 4 years are up, you're going to see a full-scale regime change. And for that to happen, there's going to need to be a ground presence. Maybe that's partial U.S., partially it's militia or it's Kurds. I believe that is what was driving the protests even a month ago. It was all in the western half of the country, in the Kurdish part. And they said that these were people clad in black and they had automatic weapons and they appeared to be trained. So I imagine it's going to be some kind of smart power, multi-domain operation with the militias armed, maybe from Iraqi Kurdistan, which shares the border, and maybe from Turkey. And I think there's going to be some kind of force that comes in and forces a transition. I think that's, when you work out the math on that, I think that's all but inevitable. And it seems unlikely now, but it seemed unlikely that we'd be here. It seemed unlikely we'd be bombing Iran into submission or that we'd bomb their nuclear program a year ago. It just keeps escalating in that direction.
You predicted it because I watch your show. I watch clips almost every day, but whenever I can, I watch when I work out hours of it every few days.
Pause.
You literally, it was uncanny. I remember laid all this out 2 years ago. How did you know that?
Does he? 2 years ago? Uncanny. I never could have saw this guy. 2 years ago. Are you fucking kidding me? All right, Nick. Here's your chance to be a little bit humble and be like, well, there's others that were saying this a while ago in regards to Iran. I mean, how many times has the Wesley Clark thing been replayed? And people saw that, right? And took that thing and like, oh, what is the deal? What are we doing in regards to Iran? If you just sit back and watch the policy go by, you'll be like, oh, this is kind of predictable. It makes sense to do that for their creepy mindset in the U.S. government. It makes sense why they would do this. It's like, it is what it is. So 2 years is 2 years. That's not go back fucking decades. Iran is a topic. Think about even South America, right? Where it's okay, there's a leader there that, let's say we appointed. Let's say that leader gets overthrown by whatever, a revolution within the country that isn't backed by Western powers or the US or whatever the fuck, right? As soon as that other person takes over, it's a countdown clock to when they're gonna strike back and take the country back from them. It's been historical that way. So you look at, the Shah being overthrown and ran out of the country, and these Ayatollah guys taking over, right? It's a countdown clock. It's obvious. I don't know, 2 years ago, okay, come on, it's historical. These things. It's historic. Okay, let's hear Nick's answer to man, how'd you do this, Nick? I want to hear this in detail. How did you predict this, Nick? That apparently uncanny no one else fucking figured out. Let's find out. Here we go.
You just knew their policy.
They said it.
Yeah.
They said it openly. I appreciate you saying that. And it is true.
Humble.
I did predict it almost to the letter, but they were basically saying this in October 2023, right after the October 7th attacks.
No,
the
it's been said way
Israelis
before
all
that.
came out and they said, this is going to be a regional war. We're going to destroy all the proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and then we're going to cut the head off the snake. They said, we're going to reset the international relations in the region that has prevailed for 50 years. And I think what they meant by that is this Islamic crescent headed by Iran, which was only the latest one after the Baathists, after the Arab coalition between Syria and Egypt. So I think that if you're really paying attention, even to the rhetoric from Trump, everybody forgets that the Israelis were whispering in Trump's ear that Iran was trying to assassinate him. Why do you think they did that? It's because they were already laying the groundwork. That was their pre-programming to sabotage that relationship so that they could tell him when he becomes president, hey, remember, they did try to kill you. And that was always meant to spoil diplomacy between the two countries.
Sure, let me ask you this.
Someone told Nick that Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal in the first term. Like, he was already being aggressive towards Iran in his first fucking term. The assassination attempts were after, right? They're before the second term. So what's the logic? So what they're both basically saying is that Trump is really stupid. Like, he's really, really dumb. That's their argument, is that Trump is really dumb and easily manipulated, and that's what happened. He had these guys whispering in his ear the whole time, and it worked on him. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. Because he's so fucking tricked by it. I mean, God, I need lawyers like this, bro. If I get in trouble, guys, call Alex Jones, call Nick Fuentes, and call Amy up. And I need protection, okay? Hire them as my lawyers. Go fund me to them and all that shit, bro. Make it happen. Because there's apparently, this fool could do no wrong, apparently. Like, man, maybe he's like actually a part of it, guys. Maybe he's actually a part of the creepy shit we're seeing. Whether through apathy, as in like, hey, I don't give a fuck, go ahead. Or directly like, yeah, we need to do this. It's good for business. Let's overthrow Iran. It's good for business. I can see a brand new Mar-a-Lago in the middle of Iran. I can see it. Beautiful property. Like you said about Gaza, right? But I'm sure that one was, what? He was duped into thinking that too, right? Beachfront property. Because Bibi told me so. Or whoever told, my advisor told me so. Beachfront property. He was also being duped there too, apparently. Genius fucking analysis from these guys. I mean, brilliant. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stand. It is what it is. Let's play. Here we go.
Relationship so that they could tell him when he becomes president, hey, remember, they did try to kill you. And that was always meant to spoil diplomacy between the two countries.
Sure, let me ask you this question then. Why do the Israelis for 5 years wear
Trump's a narcissist argument
on a lot of their uniforms the Greater Israel map? Why do they admit it in their newspapers, then attack us and censor us when we say it, and then have dozens of articles a day? I can't even keep track of them saying, we run America, we're the new superpower, we're going to take out Turkey, we're going to take out our allies through Obama. You know, they took out and put the Muslim Brotherhood in. You know, they created Hamas. I mean, we're sitting here watching. It's not just Netanyahu; it's the other main party.
So Obama's a part of it.
Minister
Trump is just
saying we're going to get Turkey and others next. I mean, and then they think we're going to go to war now with Turkey, the biggest conventional military in Europe. I mean, it's like there's this giant buffet, and Israel's like a 1,000-pound fat person that wants us to sit there and hand feed all this at our expense. I mean, this is just megalomaniac. So I know Israel's smart in an evil way, but why do they brag? And I guess to enrage everybody else that's awake, because that just adds to the furor. Or what's going on here?
Awake. Awake.
I think there's a deliberate provocation. I think that, part of their entire MO is they actually need the conflict. They feed on the conflict. All of this was the result from October 7th. And And after all, what was October 7th? Well, they called it the Al-Aqsa flood operation. What is Al-Aqsa? That is the mosque. That's the Temple Mount. That's the Dome on the Rock, which is in Jerusalem, which is the center really of the occupied territory dispute. That the Palestinians claim East Jerusalem as the capital, and they claim that's their third holiest mosque in Islam. And what the Jews did in Israel that precipitated the October 7th attack is they had all of these Jews go to the Dome on the Rock, go to the mosque in Jerusalem, to the Al-Aqsa compound, and they started doing their religious rites in a very provocative way. And actually, that was the precipitating cause.
And killing the red heifer.
You don't think 9/11 would be more of an event that led to where we're at right now, Nick? You think it was October 7th was the Kickstarter for war with Iran? I think there's a better case to be made about 9/11. Not saying, and for me, by the way, it's not the starting point, by the way. I wouldn't just argue that. I'm just saying, like, if you want to, like, one-up October 7th in regards to, like, why is the Middle East the way the Middle East is, as far as the way the U.S. treats the Middle East or Israel treats the Middle East. I mean, there's a bunch of events, but, like, 9/11 would pop into my head before October 7th. I'd say. That's probably a big deal for Israel to run over Gaza and the West Bank more. Sure. They're already running over them, but now they get to be like extra aggressive. Sure. But like Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Yemen, like the dealings with Saudi Arabia, like these things, like 9/11 is definitely the jump off point. There's a bigger jump off point, if you will. But who's counting, right? Who cares? This is all entertainment, anyways, right? No one cares. We got it. Here we go.
Yes, finding the red heifer, the unblemished heifer and everything. And it was deliberately intended to provoke the Muslims into a response. And I think that the stuff about Greater Israel, the goal is the same. It is to provoke these countries into conflict, because ultimately that is the way they're going to achieve their goals, is to elicit hostility. And then that's the pretext to bring in the United States to fight their wars for them. And I think that's the playbook from day one. So that is all part of it. Telegraphing that, signaling that, that's all part of the sick agenda, sadly.
No, I agree. So let's unpack this.
Yeah, it's not America, it's not Trump, it's Israel.
We'll be back with Nick Fuentes. Stay with us here to live feeds now.
I'm
cutting this announcement to our VIP on
your fucking bills, you loser.
Journalist. It's who is the most accurate. It's a really easy rule. I want to be accurate. I want to be smart. I want to be informed. The more knowledge I get, the more I want factoids. The more I want to, it all interconnects. And then I really disdain on the left, right, anything, people that just pick up talking points and act like they know something. What's frustrating is,
as in Nick predicting war with Iran 2 years ago. 2 fucking years ago. I don't get it, Alex. Factoids? And just repeat the factoids? All right, here we go. Let's find out.
90% of these so-called journalists and influencers, literally, you talk to them in person, they don't know anything. They say they're like deer in the headlights. My callers are infinitely more knowledgeable.
Oh, because they listen to you, right?
They're tuned in here. They probably were smart when they tuned in. That's why they look for something else smart.
Oh, okay, got it.
Bird of a feather flock together. But
I'm sorry, it's lagging. So let me leave and come back real fast. You know what I'm saying? But that is astonishing. That is astonishing. You know better because you listen to InfoWars. That's why you're so knowledgeable. Fuck my life. There we go.
It's not about tooting our horns. It's about saying we need to save civilization and humanity. Nick Fuentes, you can disagree with his conclusions or what he thinks should be done sometimes, but you can't disagree with his analysis and the fact that he goes up against top geopolitical, White House advisors with 5 degrees and kicks their ass.
God, so damn it, what a genius.
We do.
Damn it.
But also, it's not just the globals we're fighting. It's the low IQ people that we've woken up who are more like in high school, and they want to.
You guys have woken up.
In hierarchy, say everybody's a globalist, but them it's something that the Israelis and the other lobbies feed with bots to make us fight with each other. So we don't recognize the organic leaders that God has given us,
like Trump,
to lead us out of this. So I want to just say that
Trump
right up front, that I respect Nick Fuentes because he knows what he's talking about. I can disagree on the final product of thousands of points that go together, or say maybe this is better, and sometimes he's right more than I am. The difference is he knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
And I am sick and tired.
Bro, these dudes are giving each other jerk hand jobs.
Low-grade
Holy shit.
morons that don't even know how to find their ass.
It's almost like I said it before the video.
Let me throw this out at you because we got a lot of time.
Maybe
and I
I'm a
appreciate
genius. Maybe that's the case.
But I want you to
a love
quantify before
fest
you go to
out
the clips and
I am the
unpack
great
this, and what you think's
predictor.
coming next. What you
All
predict
things
next? How we
life.
stop this? Which you already said we can't. Which we still got to try.
I am Amalok.
Nick looks like
I'm about
Trump
to
right now.
evacuate to South America or something.
No, he
so all the
does
globalists are going. But
quite a bit.
Real cute.
Here's my question. Looking at all of this, is there? And I want you to think about this. I know you already said no. What could we do? A peaceful demonstration? I don't know. Hang something on our doorway.
Oh my God.
Or we all liberals will say mass strike. I don't want to join them in that because then you're allied with Islam. Is there any way to get Trump off this destructive course we're on, and then maybe?
I love to say strike, but like I don't want to like work with Islam. So what a fucking answer. What the fuck? Yeah, Alex. Yeah, keep waking people up, man. Keep waking us up, Alex. Thank you.
Fuck.
And Nick has to sit there without laughing at it. He has to sit there and be calm. And put it like he's just right now he's singing the Star Spangled Banner in his head right now to avoid listening to what Alex is saying, except for the question maybe. The rest is like, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Don't laugh, don't laugh. He's just like he goes to a different place. The fucking Islam, and
He's picturing a nun beating a kid. He's just like, oh.
Oh, Alex.
They're so close. They're so close to saying it, but they're so far too. It's mind-boggling.
Well, there are things to do, Alex, and it would go. I think, in my opinion, it would go individual by individual. And for you, Alex, it's called retire, shut down InfoWars, and go do something else. Go to a monk, a fucking what do they call them? The holy house.
Monastery?
Whatever. Go fucking meditate on what life is all about, Alex. That's my recommendation for you. I say also book another ticket for Nick to go with you. That's my advice to you guys. Because you guys have...
InfoWars 2027, filmed from some fucking remote-ass monastery in Nepal.
Well, the guys who...
Or Bhutan or whatever.
The guys who have used their platform to build up this phenomenon... They're still doing it, by the way. To build up the Trump phenomenon. And now Trump's he's just a dummy that's getting duped and played by Israel, obviously. And he doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to do his best, but he doesn't know what he's doing. So that's why he's fucking up. You guys helped build this phenomenon in the first place. Maybe you should walk away and reassess things. How about that? Like, try that one as a solution for you guys. I don't care if Nick in the last couple years are like, fuck Trump. And the first fucking years...
Fuck Trump, vote Democrat.
In the first years, he was dick riding, was he not? Of course he was. In fact, he's like Ali said, he's still borrowing his mannerisms and all that shit and cadences, and a hard nasal inhalation, and hard sniffs with his fucking nostrils. He got that from fucking Trump. He's not doing it now. When he's on his show, he does it. I'm like, yo, what's going on? Like, what is that? But whatever. Either way, you guys were late to the party. You're still late, in my opinion. You're still trying to figure things out. But standing around
Joe.
you're the fucking
Ali.
experts.
Where were you?
You guys are sitting around trying to pretend like they're the fucking experts. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Go look back and look at your own psyches and find out, like, man, how did I fall for this? That's what they need to do, these guys. Other people that were maybe more aware, I mean, the answer is obvious. It's non-compliance. For healthy-minded people, it's non-compliance with these fucking idiots. You don't need to fight a war. You don't need to put signs up on your fucking doorways. I mean, do your as long as it's healthy, do your thing. But still, it's like the answer is everyone's like, yeah, we're not going to do anything for you until you leave or you change or whatever the fuck the answer is for people. It's easy. No more coffees, no more drivers, no more concerts, no more like no one's gonna make dinner for you, no butlers, no maids, no house cleaners. You have to do shit yourself. That's
What the fuck do you want them to do, Jordan? You want them to do actual work? You sadist.
Well, it's like it's easy as fuck. Like if you have the masses, walk away. That's it. Like, yeah, we're not doing anything for you until you're gone. Go do something else.
Yeah.
That goes for,
I
the whole of Congress. For all of them.
I fucking wish that we had like that critical mass of people listening to us instead of these clowns.
Listen, I'd take a fucking tournament of debating about like a tournament of people debating each other for the best ideas in America or whatever country is doing it. Like let's say in America, like I would take that over what we have right now. Do a fucking tournament of debate broing, and whoever has the best answers, you guys are now in the government. If you fuck up, you're done. We'll stop working again. We'll stop driving your cars again. We'll stop security. We will not be your military. We will not be your police. We will not be. If you get sick, we'll help you out because we don't want you to die. But outside of that, sorry, no fucking lawnmower guys, no fucking house maintenance, none. You're done. That's it. GG's until you fucking leave. It's fucking easy, but all right. But I get it. It's not practical, right? In the world we live in. I understand that. But like this shit is not the answer at all. That one I know for sure. This is not the answer. Discussion is, but like real discussion, not this shit I'm watching. Not entertainment, not people these two idiots dick riding each other. Basically lying to each other, by the way. By the way, they're lying to each other, I believe. Alex has a certain idea of the world in regards to Donald Trump.
These two lie to themselves, so.
Yeah, but like, let's be honest. The characters they play on TV, Alex is a lot more favorable towards Trump than what he's doing right now, even though he's still being favorable. Nick, at least in words on his show, is a lot more fucking aggressive about how shitty Trump is. But he's calmed down here. Now he's making excuses for Trump, as predicted. Call me a genius, as predicted. Trump, Nick is playing more of a excuse-making role for Trump and Republicans. And it's like, yeah, you guys aren't even talking to each other. Like one thing has to be a lie, right? One thing has to be deception or a lie, right? But all right, here we go. Let's play more. I guess
Alex is gonna make tepid little soft-pedaled criticism of Trump the same fucking Joe Rogan does.
Well, it'll be
the same fucking shit.
Yeah, well, even Rogan's not as bad as Alex is different level shit. Joe's more of a
well, yeah, not to the same extent. Because Alex, I think, is a lot more beholden to Trump on a personal level, but mechanically, it's the same fucking thing.
In a way, yes, but I think Rogan isn't threatened into what he's doing. He's a coward of a different order. Let's say that. Alex, I think, is actually threatened to do what he does for a living. I think he actually threatened, whether physically or financially or whatever.
I think the only threat to Joe Rogan at this point is him not being able to get his big fat bag of treats anymore. That's it.
What does that mean? He's already getting them. Rogan's already has fuck you money. He could retire right now and he could leave podcasting. He could leave UFC. He can leave comedy. He can leave all of it and just go live his life. Alex, though. Alex, I think, he has to be.
Well, Rogan stands to lose. Well, Rogan stands to lose if he criticizes anybody any further than he already does. He stands to lose access.
He doesn't need their access. That's kind of the point of like, he doesn't need the access, but he'll get it anyways. But he doesn't need it.
Well, yeah, he doesn't need it, but he wants it.
Possibly, yeah. Fair enough. But either way, let's keep.
You are right, though. You could stop doing the podcast tomorrow. he could live 100 lifetimes with that fucking money.
Yeah, he can do all the little activities he does. But all right, let's keep it moving. Here's more
Yeah,
Alex.
nobody would have to fucking hear about it.
Yeah, here's more Alex and Nick bullshitting. Here we go.
Do a peaceful
God,
demonstration.
there's another hour and a half of
I don't know,
this.
hang something on our
I am not
doorway,
ready.
or we all liberals would say mass strike. I don't want to
Gordon
join
said
in
we're
on
watching
that.
every last
You're out with
minute.
Islam.
I
Is
did
there
not say
any
that.
way to get Trump off this destructive course we're on?
We're watching this
Maybe
until
describe
Jordan
to
loses
people who predict the
patience.
future where this course takes us. Nick,
In case people missed it, let's hear that question again. Like, is there anything we can get Trump to get off this course of destruction, right? And it's like, what's implied in the question is that Trump is not already all in with the devil worshipping policy that we already say. It's implying that he's malleable. Like, you can say something to him and get him to not be a cunt. I don't see it.
I thought he was the negotiator of a lifetime.
I make the greatest deal out of the deal. Right? But Nick, there's no way Nick can accept that premise. There's like, how do you accept that premise? You should be like, well, is Trump actually on our side in the first place? To where he would actually listen to us? Right? There's no way I can take what we've seen so far and believe that Trump is just being full-blown tricked or think he's actually fighting for America. The American people, quote unquote. There's no way I can believe that he actually thinks he's doing that and he's just being duped or tricked or manipulated. I just don't buy it. Let's see if Nick accepts that premise, which he kind of already has, but let's hear it in words just to be fair, right? Here we go.
with Islam. Is there any way to get Trump off this destructive course we're on? And maybe describe to people who predict the future where this course takes us. Nick Fuentes.
Well, as I said, I'm very pessimistic about that. And the reason being is because when you look at the numbers, it's not popular. You know, they did all the polls this weekend. You got Washington Post, Reuters. I think there's a few others. And the approval rating for the conflict is sitting at about 30%, right around 30%, maybe just under that. And Trump has to know this is an utter betrayal of his campaign promise of no new wars, and he's the peace president, and so on. So as far as a massive demonstration, what is that supposed to demonstrate? That the war is unpopular? They know the war is unpopular. Is that supposed to demonstrate that we're dissatisfied?
I couldn't help myself,
they
man.
know we're dissatisfied. And I think that gets back to the nature of it, which is that it is a gamble. And I think that Trump is counting on the fact, well, let's actually be honest for a moment here about it. Trump is counting on the fact or the possibility that this works, that this little gambit pays off. And we bomb Iran a lot for a week. It's quick and it's hard, and then we leave and we get what we want, and there's minimal loss of life. If it is successful, I think people on our side may even be underestimating the appetite for something like that among the general public. If it's a big victory, or if they're able to plausibly claim victory, it may even be popular. And so I think Trump is actually okay with this. I think that Trump, the way he sees it, because he said this the other day, he said, I don't care about approval ratings. He said, and I'll put boots on the ground. I don't care. Now, obviously he cares on some level. But I think in his mind, this is all
yeah, he better care about a bunch of dead troops. I mean, you talk about, we're talking, it'll make Vietnam numbers look tame.
Well, it depends on what they do. If it's a full-scale invasion, you're at.
No mention of the, what is it, 170-something dead little girls now?
Yeah. Yeah, we went over that. But
oh, fuck.
Okay. At least, to be fair, at least Nick is saying that, at least. Like, yeah, Nick, Trump's with us. He's with us. Let's see how they're...
Yeah, he was always going to be with it.
Yeah, but once again, the question, I'm like, I wonder how Nick gets this framing, and I think he just shit on Alex's framing of it. Of like...
Well, that's not hard to do.
Yeah, but still. All right, here we go. Let's hear more.
I mean, you talk about, we're talking, it'll make Vietnam numbers look tame.
Well, it depends on what they do. If it's a full-scale invasion, you're absolutely right, because they will try to inflict maximum casualties, and it will get ugly. It will be like
obviously
Iraq.
already special forces there before this happened. I'm talking about a real invasion to, quote, secure the Strait of Hormuz or whatever. That's how they'll start it. It's a disaster.
Well,
It depends on what they do. If it's a full-scale invasion, you're absolutely right, because they will try to inflict maximum casualties, and it will get ugly. It will be like Iraq.
Right. Yeah. And I agree. And I think that, on some level, he obviously cares about these things, but this is part of the bluff. This is part of the gambit, which is, partially, I think some of the things he's saying is meant to signal to the Iranians that things could get worse. If the outcome that you desire is for a pragmatic faction to take power, negotiate with the United States, well, to persuade them that that is the logical course, you would actually need to convince them that things could get worse.
And that's why they just had the council meeting to elect a new mullah
he is playing
who
5D
didn't want
chess.
peace right
Got it.
now. They just killed them today. So he's hoping like maybe the next group's less radical. But as you said on your show a few days ago, and I think it's true,
God.
as you go down the chain, they get more radical and stupider.
Yes, and that is why he's trying to persuade them that it could always get worse. I'm sure in their mind, in Trump's mind, he's thinking that these Iranians expect that maybe they could ride out the storm. If they could survive, if they could hide out in shelters, then maybe there's going to be some continuity of government. And Trump is trying to persuade them that if they don't capitulate, it could get worse. The bottom could continue to fall out from under them.
And by the
what
way,
they really
low
don't want.
IQ influence farmers will say you just endorsed Trump. No, when you war game what he's thinking, you're not endorsing that.
Right. No, we're purely speculating about his state of mind and what his approach is. And so I think
you
that
see the clips of you where they take you wargaming and say that's your the same thing to me.
Who
That's
cares
what
about his
they
fucking
do.
PR right now, Alex?
I just want to
Like,
get that
yeah,
out
they
there.
always.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and I consider those people to be third worldists because they're really arguing for Iran in and of itself, or Venezuela in and of itself, or China. And me, I look at Iran not as a great country. I mean, they're a Muslim theocracy, but I look at them as a country that, one, they're a sovereign state. So I don't think we have business going in and killing
B,
their
their
leader.
potential to destroy us and bring down the economy. So.
Right. And and I would go further than that. They balance Israel. There's a balance between Iran and Israel. I don't know that that's the worst thing in the world, because if you have two very
I
powerful
agree. Israel
states,
needs to be contained.
Oh my
Why
God.
are they now publicly admitting everywhere? I'm sure
They're
you've
talking
seen
about this shit like
Yeah,
it's a
we're
fucking game
taking
of
everything,
Risk or Command and
including
Conquer.
their allies. Like it is.
there's a balance between Iran and Israel. I don't know that that's the worst thing in the world, because if you have two very
I
powerful
agree. Israel
states,
needs to be contained. Now that why are they now publicly admitting everywhere? I'm sure you've seen it. That we're taking everything, including their allies. Like it is. It'd be like if my neighbor said, "Yeah, I just went over and screwed my neighbor's wife, and your wife's next."
yeah, like I said, I think it's a provocation. It's intended to be provocative. They actually do not want peace in the region. And
Bro, that
all of this is
analogy
based
was
on
fucking
fueling
wild.
this ongoing conflict. They don't want it.
Same reason they stood down on October 7th. Same reason they
Fuck
found
did we
the
do
gun
with that?
violence.
Your wife.
Yes, and
I went over and
Americans
fucked
are
my
under the
neighbor's
impression
wife,
that
and your
we're
wife's
desperate
next
to make
prop.
a deal, and there's this peace that is just always elusive, always out of reach. If only the Muslims would just relax. But it takes two to tango here. The Israelis, they are the ones that actually want the conflict. They didn't want to deal with Iran. If they get a deal with Iran, that they don't get to topple the Iranian regime. If Iran gets a deal with the United States, maybe they give up their nukes on some timeline, but they also get to normalize their trade relations and diplomatic
that they do
relations
not
with
have,
all the
by the
countries
way.
in the
Exactly.
region.
Israel wants to keep it in no man's land and keep them in the timeout box.
Yes, they want to maintain.
Did the same with Gaza, guys. Like, but yet Trump still did a quote unquote peace deal with them.
Yeah, look how that shit turned out.
Yeah, but the point is, like, on the surface, he did a quote unquote peace deal. Why not just let them, like, if Trump is so captured by Israel, why not just let them keep fucking carpet bombing everything? I mean, they still are in a way, right? But why not just,
Yeah, I was
why
about
not
to
just let it?
say they haven't really stopped.
They have slowed down. That is assured. They slowed down. But why let them? Why even have slowdowns? Why have that? Why not just PR your way and say, "Oh no, like Hamas is still dangerous. They need to take them out. Let them keep bombing." Why not do that? Oh, PR? Okay, why do that PR? Who's that for? Oh, for Americans? Oh, okay, got it. And the rest of the world, to be honest with you. Gaza has become a lost topic at this point. There's just too many signs of like things that this guy doesn't have to do, but he does it anyways. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't have to do them, but he does it anyways. And everyone keeps screaming it's about Israel the entire time. But meanwhile, it's like yes, they're a part of it, but it's not strictly about them. Is what that's not what I'm seeing. Evidence is not pointing in that direction to me. And something like Iran seems like, once again, a U.S. venture for a long fucking time. This is not brand new at all. This spans over generations and decades of behavior.
They've wanted to do this shit since fucking 79.
It's like the idea that they don't. Well, actually, allegedly, the U.S. played a role in the Shah being overthrown as well. Allegedly, but I can't say now. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, they supported the Islamic Revolution. The CIA did, at least.
Yeah. But
yeah, they support. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, until they realized that it was a little too rowdy and a little too unruly for them to control anymore.
Maybe.
It had its own interests or whatever that weren't aligned with theirs.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first little venture over there that got out of hand.
Yeah. But I just, once again, the premise that we're starting with these two in regards to Trump is, to me, kind of crazy, and I can see Alex at certain moments pivoting towards Israel as kind of an excuse for why the actions are taken a certain way, and just kind of to me, like an excuse, straight up, for the Trump administration. But I think
This shit with Iran could even go back like fucking way farther than even before World War I kind of shit.
Oh yeah, like, well, the region, yes, 100%.
Yeah, like that's why the BP and like British Petroleum were so into that fucking region for.
Wait, the whole reason that place is even carved up the way it is to begin with is because of what happened after the Ottoman Empire fell.
Yeah.
Was Iran a part of the Ottoman Empire?
I believe so.
The territory that makes up Iran, yeah, I think so.
Oh damn.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
I just know Aladdin and Jasmine lived there.
seems like, I mean, I hope Nick is trying to, like, I don't know. I hope he's trying to, like, infuse some, more direct criticism and whatever towards the Trump administration instead of just blaming strictly Israel. Well, let's see what he does. It's been lackluster so far for me, but here we go.
That kind of operational control like they had in Syria, where they can control the airspace and they can just drop bombs, and then they could ultimately control the outcome in that country and make it significantly weaker. So that's the sick logic of Israel's grand strategy.
We have a full sales job now by Netanyahu, Trump, and now
Okay.
Vance. We have the clips that it may last a little while, a long time, it may last forever. We're being sold on a forever war right now. It's so. Here's my problem.
Oh my God!
I don't want the Democrats. I like Trump killing the carbon tax. I like the no tax on tips. There's all this good stuff, but rapidly, like, I can ignore some stuff and hold my nose with Trump, but quickly, I mean, by the hour, I morally cannot be part of this. You're already
He just
there
has to win the
saying, vote
midterms.
Democrat. I get you're saying that as a carrot and the stick, but I mean, what the hell's going on here?
I think you have to. I think you have to vote Democrat in 26, and I'll tell you why. I mean,
oh my God,
we're
bro.
being told always that the Republicans are the lesser of two evils, that they're going to be more better than the Democrats. Look at all of the broken promises. Epstein files, that's
So
huge.
crazy.
It's huge. And let's be honest, they tried to cover it up. It's not like they fumbled that. It's not like they made a mistake. They engaged in an active cover-up, and they failed only because of a revolt within their own party. And now Marjorie Greene is an outcast. She was like the MAGA congresswoman. She was like the one in Congress who came after Trump won the election. She's an outcast because she led the coup to get the Epstein files released. That's a big one. Then you got the deportations. They haven't started on the border wall. And even though they secured the border, look, they secured the border in 2020. What good did that that do when Joe Biden came into power? Nothing, because then he just overturned all the executive orders and they came pouring in. That's why you need the wall. They haven't started it. 230,000 deportations.
They haven't started it. Oh my God.
Now we're in a regime change war with Iran. You've been around. I've been around not as long as you, but for some time. Regime change in Iran is like synonymous with the neocons' ultimate master plan. That is like the number one thing on Israel's wish list.
In the crown. It was the whole Middle East strategy and the Rebuilding America's Defenses PNAC plan 2020 or 2000 was this.
Yes, and even further than that, going back to clean break in 96, this has always been the plan. And for a time, we thought that was unthinkable. We thought that Trump winning made that impossible. So for Trump to be the one to take us there and sell it and push it and trigger it, and now we're in a regime change war with Iran, it's almost unbelievable to even say that. Thousands of American and Israeli airstrikes destroying Iran's military. Here's how I feel about it. If you will tolerate that, you will tolerate anything. At what point do you say no? At what point do you say there's no excuses? People say, well, enemy, I'm the furthest thing from a Democrat. I'm far right. I'm not left wing or even liberal. I don't consider myself even a center liberal or a right liberal.
Let's talk about that. Democrats get in. Isn't that an accelerationist?
No, I think that I don't know that I would characterize it as accelerationist. I would characterize it as corrective. And it's sending a message to the GOP before the big one, which is 28.
Yeah, you're saying the only leverage we've got is the wake-up call.
Right. And, 28, we got to win that one. I really believe a Republican's got to win, but we need it to be the right Republican. And I don't know that there's any other language they will understand other than to show them we're not showing up in 26. And what's more, I also think that Vance and Rubio are to blame in this as well. If they couldn't stop a war in Iran when they're in power now, how are they going to make the decision when they become the president?
We knew Rubio's a deep state guy. He's been, quote, doing a good job for what we wanted till now. But Vance was an open thing. He's come out now and said, we may be in a long war. So Vance is definitely getting in line with that. In fact, speaking of the devil, let's go to those clips first. Here's Thune, the leader of the Senate, saying Trump doesn't need a war powers. He has authorization, which no, he doesn't. This is pure war, folks. This is not blow up their weapons. This is regime change. And then Vance saying the same thing and then saying basically this could be a forever war. And then I want to go through these other clips, but here it is.
Do you think the Congress would need to authorize any military action against Iran beyond the 60-day or 90-day window?
No. I think the president has the authority that he needs to conduct the activities, the operations that are currently underway there. And as you know, there's a lot of controversy around questions around the War Powers Act, but I think the president is acting in the best interest of the nation and our national security interests, ensuring that he's protecting Americans and American bases and installations in that region, as well as those of our allies.
This John Bolton sounding motherfucker.
Nick Fuentes' take on this, but Marco Rubio yesterday. Israel launched the attack. They were going to attack us. We had to attack them because they would attack us if we attacked them. Thune just said, we attacked them, so they're going to attack us, so now we have to authorize the war. So we attack somebody, so the president doesn't have a War Powers Act because he has the power to attack somebody. I mean, this is insane. Continue.
Drink every time he says attack.
The United States has a lot of optionality here. And, we could go for a little bit longer. We could go for a lot longer. But I think the president just wants to make it clear to the Iranians and to the world that he is not going to rest until he accomplishes that all-important objective of ensuring that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, not just for the next few years, not just because we obliterated Fordo or some other enrichment facility, but because the Iranians themselves commit long-term to not building a nuclear weapon.
So we've gone from, we successfully destroyed their nuclear stuff, which I said was BS, to now total war. Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, they said last year that the program was completely obliterated. And, we've almost even talked past the point. It's sort of interesting. Last year, the pretext for bombing Iran in the first place was that they were racing towards a nuclear bomb. When Israel hit Iran on June 13, 25, they said, well, Iran was going to strike us, and they were racing towards a device. That's why we had to preempt that by striking them. And then, of course, the U.S. intervened to finish the job at Fordo and Natanz, which only we could do with the bunker busters from the B-2 bombers. Well, then in January, when these protests started in Iran, all of a sudden that shifted. And Trump came out and said, well, we were going to attack Iran, but we couldn't topple the regime in one blow. And you say, well, wait a second. I thought Israel and the United States
I was about to say that
last year because they were on their way to a nuke. But then we took care of it and we blew up their program. Now they're saying, well, we couldn't bomb Iran at our discretion in January because it wasn't going to topple the regime. And you say, topple the regime? I thought it was about the nuclear program. And like you say, now we're in it. Now we're in a full-fledged regime change war. And you wonder, who made this decision exactly? Who voted for this? Why is this happening? Arguably, it is within, I think, America's interest to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And if they're about to imminently acquire them, a case could be made. I don't know that I would make it, but in a theoretical, a case could be made that the United States might preempt that by intervening in Iran.
The point is they've abandoned that cover story, and Trump says, oh, he killed 47. Now we'll go it's all about regime change now, which under the law is illegal to preemptively attack somebody saying, I want regime change. So Trump's being set up here with major impeachment charges.
Well, and they're throwing everything out there. It's the dead protesters. It's the nuclear program. It's the missiles. It's just like Iraq. It's exactly like Iraq. Oh, they're building a nuke, but also they did the anthrax plot, also 9/11. They just throw everything out there in the hopes that enough people are going to buy it. And like you said, there's nothing legal about this. What is the authorization for the use of force against Iran? Did Congress declare war? At what point was this decision made, and exactly by whom? So I don't know that this is impeachable because, ironically, the Democrats support it too. Chuck Schumer came out of the closed-door hearing with Marco Rubio at the State of the Union, or the afternoon of, and said, well, this is very serious, and Trump's just going to have to make his case. There's a lot of Democrats that support this, guys like John Fetterman, among others.
They're stepping back to not take any problems if it goes sideways, but they're behind it.
Okay. I for sure believe that they're with it, but they also know they don't have voting numbers. So thus, when you see a Senate vote on, authorization, a military authorization in regards to Iran, it's a known fail. So thus, you can vote a certain way and not feel bad about it, right? Because you can make yourself look good, essentially. I'm sorry. Try to be like kind of conspiratorial and taking kind of, guesses in the dark, if you will. Like, I can't read everyone's minds. But if I had to guess.
You've been watching Game of Thrones too much.
Whatever. If I had to guess, though, the Democratic Party voted a certain way in regards to this recent fucking authorization bill because they knew it was going to fail. But you can say, like, hey, I voted against this. Or I voted with this.
Yeah, I could believe that.
I had to sneeze. Sorry.
That's some Tulsi Gabbard shit right there. I created the Stop Funding Against Iran Act or whatever the fuck.
Stop Arming Terrorist Act. And
no, it was something about Iran or whatever, like Hands Off Iran Act or some shit like that.
There's multiple things, but that was like a big one. To not arm terrorists. Of course it fails. So how does that fail? How does that bill fail? Let's not give weapons to terrorists, guys. How does that fail? Don't make that make sense to me. But whatever. The point is, yeah, they could. I think I agree with Nick on that point alone. Sure, they could. I think plenty of Democrats are in favor of this because it leads to the next step, if you will. It's already started. Like, listen. I voted against the Iraq War, but you know what? We're here already, so you know what? I'll do this. Shout to Barack Obama. Right? But also, I think Nick.
We don't look backward. We have to look forward.
I don't think.
Fuck you, Barack.
I don't think Nick realized. Well, maybe he realizes, maybe not. But the whole thing with Venezuela is justification for what's happening in Iran. That they're so directly intertwined with each other.
Yeah, like they're like the axis of evil, part of the axis of evil traditionally.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the actual technical usage of the military to do an action, right? It's all part of that. Like, hey, their leader, these guys are terrorists over
here. In Ecuador now.
Well, it's just the idea, like, oh, they're terrorists, so we can do this. Like, but Nick supported that one versus
lies.
another thing. It's just like, well, duh, Nick. You support. That's why people were shitting on you for supporting that. Because one thing does lead to another in regards to the way they take steps towards certain policies. So, like, honestly, it's almost like, yo, shut the fuck up. You're not at the forefront, Nick. You're not the first to bring up ideas about Iran and war with Iran. You're not the first person to fucking do that. And there's other situations that you've fucking boosted up, straight up. And it's like, which
It's
means
like
there's no
Alex
help.
and him are trying to solidify. They're trying to solidify that they are like hip with it, and they've been hip with it forever. And it's like, bro, 2 years ago, are you fucking kidding me? People have been talking about this forever.
Yeah.
But they're like,
Yeah, this is
they're
not
trying
new.
to solidify it in people's minds that that's the fact, that they're like the groundbreakers or whatever.
Yeah, while they get other foreign policy things absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Because that action justifies this action, Nick. How do you not see that? What happened in Venezuela is not the exact same, obviously, but very similar. Very, very similar to what's going on in Iran. Very, very similar. And the fact that you're ignoring that is like, it's like it's self-protection versus like actually trying to tell the truth for the sake of the people you're talking to or the people that are listening to you, right? It's like, fuck
And
them.
Alex knows better. Like, he been around long enough to know all this shit.
Well, yeah.
Nick, you can kind of maybe excuse, but he probably knows too.
No, you can excuse some things in regards to like maybe lack of information, but he can't get on stage and brag about, I told you. He can't do that. That's a no-no. And yes, that is important.
Yeah.
That is very important to me. People that claim they're saying truth, but meanwhile they're actually behind. They're not exactly the forefront in regards to information about these topics. That's bullshit. There's no reason to be out here fucking bragging about it. Or, well, I'm not saying he's bragging about it, but like,
I mean, he's just slap him. Humble yourself, Nick.
it's less so about bragging. It's
don't get
more
my
so
hopes up.
like be humble, man. Accept that you don't. Like, sorry, dude. I watched someone school this guy in foreign policy. I watched it happen. He wouldn't. Whatever. Like, fuck, man. Like, maybe you don't like the guy.
Somebody you debated him?
Ryan Dawson debated this guy and walked him up and
shit,
down
I
the
remember
fucking
that.
sidewalk on foreign policy. Walked him up and down the fucking street.
That's a deep cut.
He did. It is what it is. And once again, you don't have to like the guy, but like be like, man, this guy was telling me this shit fucking 10 years ago. And here we are.
Yeah.
Like, just be honest about it. That
I got problems with him too, but on a lot of that shit, Ryan was correct.
seemingly, I mean, well, it was more like current topics. It was like in their time period, like current ideas. But you can see within those ideas how it can lead to where we're at right now. And that was the important lesson to take home, in my humble opinion. But yet,
Yeah, because there's still a repeating set of behaviors here.
well, we're not here to, massage Nick's fucking ego. That's not what we're here for, I don't think. I thought it was about information. But whatever, it is what it is. Let's
Well, maybe Alex. Was Nick just talking about supporting Democrats? And
yeah.
Alex Jones has been telling us for a while now how important these midterms are for some reason.
Well,
he didn't call him.
Alex put his hands over his fucking face. He's like, "Oh fuck!"
Yeah, when he said that.
then they cut away
missed
from him.
that.
Yeah, they cut away from
He
him.
flinched.
Yeah, he covered his face
Okay.
up, and they cut away and gave Nick the full screen. But all right, what's up, play? Here we go. Back up.
100%. I
I'll be
think
right
so.
back.
And I don't think they would move against him for that. So
Well, here's
I
Trump.
wouldn't be-
Here's Trump saying that no, he forced Israel's hand, even though on record the Pentagon admitted no, we didn't know. They took the opportunity, so we had to hit. The Secretary of State says it. Trump makes him come out and say that wasn't true. Talk about congressional hearings now. What's going to happen to Rubio when he's in front of Congress? So this is very embarrassing right now. Here is Trump saying that they made him that Trump forced Israel's hand to strike first during the middle of the day against our doctrine. And then why do you think
I'm gonna end up
Rubio
doing
came
Google
out
after
yesterday
this.
and said Israel forced their hand? What do you think the impetus behind that was? Here it is.
He's actually
President, Israel forced your hand to launch these strikes against Iran. Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives. Preemptive attack. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen.
I think.
So if anything,
I felt the same way about it.
But Israel was ready, and we were ready, and we've had
Killed a lot of people.
I went to my psychic. They said, you know what? Iran might attack. I said, you know what? I can't take the risk. I gotta strike first. Loser, this fucking idiot, bro.
Yeah. Got my Toro red on the street corner of LA.
He shaked his 8-ball, said attack.
I was eating my Cheerios this morning, and it looked like it spelled out Iran. So, it was God, a sign from God. Bomb them first. Fucking idiots.
Fortune cookie.
Oh shit, PHXF.
How's that?
He have
changed.
He just sees O's.
He have changed.
I was wondering if we were going to see this today.
Do what? Oh, I played this already. I believe. Oh no, wait. Oh wait, the divine plan thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that video is that exactly. The one I played was about the schoolgirls being blown up, and they're saying, "Well, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened. We have no idea. We'll get back to you on that one."
Oh,
That
we
was
know
their
exactly what fucking happened, PD. Fucking keg breath.
All right, here we go.
Keg breath.
Showing your political brain rot. Here we go.
a very, very powerful impact.
Well, since the 80s,
Democratic
Iran has not launched an
iconography.
attack first.
Brain rot.
Every attack has been a response, a retaliatory attack. I mean, that is literally pulled out of Trump's butt, Nick.
It is, and that's exactly what happened last year too.
right.
Israel came in
Nick's
and
tried
Trump
not to
said, "Oh,
laugh."
we knew they were doing it. They told us," and the whole negotiations.
I think we
were
might have
lose.
to blur this part
It's
of the
almost
video.
just childish to see Trump in the White House.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I forced Israel to do it. This is when Trump just
I don't want
becomes
us getting
grating.
accused
all
of
those
peddling
things we thought were
pornography
charming
on
10 years
YouTube.
ago or endearing or funny. Now it's just grating and insufferable. He's obviously full of it. That there's nothing true about that at all. This idea that, like you say, that Iran was about to attack us, really? We have 2 carriers there. We got a dozen warships, 50,000 soldiers, half of our Air Force, and Iran was going to start the war against us. Does that even make any sense? That is completely made up.
And then
And once again, you have the 12-day war in summer of last year. You have that to where, once again, Iran did not attack U.S. fucking bases or any shit like that until the U.S. bombed them. Then they did. Clear as day, obvious. There's your example, a snapshot of evidence. Not saying it has to be the case. Maybe they were going to bomb the U.S. no matter what this time, for all we know. But I'm just saying, like, the events we saw showcase otherwise, which has to be considered if you have a brain. That's all I'm saying. All right. Here we go.
50,000 soldiers, half of our Air Force, and Iran was going to start the war against us. Does that even make any sense? That is completely made up.
And then
the
Rubio
idea,
says Israel launched an attack, so we had to because they were going to attack us. Now Trump goes, no, they were going to attack us with no information. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I wanted to support Trump. I support the killing the carbon. That's why I hate this, because he's done a lot of good. We're watching Trump self-immolate on live television.
it is a complete unraveling, and it's clear what happened there. I think.
I'm sorry. That's fucking bullshit. That's pushing that little fucking narrative again. Like, oh, he's making a political mistake here. He's messing up. In their minds, shout out the corporate report, by the way, in regards to, like, Afghanistan, this is not a screw up. By their standards, this is a good thing. This is not a screw up. This is good. Things like this and the attention it gets and the actions that happen are good things for these guys. Or And what I possibly believe about Trump is that he doesn't give a fuck. His life is fine. He's good. He's chilling. His kids are chilling. His kids are chilling. This is not about like, oh my God, I let down the American people. What? Oh me, oh my. I don't fucking believe that. I'm sorry. I don't like him looking unpopular in the fucking polls. Does that matter to that guy? I don't fucking think so. It's the same bullshit fucking narrative that, let's be real, whoever, the Brian Tyler Cohens, the fucking David Pakmans, the Kyle Kalinskis, like, look, Trump he's sweating now. See, look, people don't like what he's doing. He doesn't give a fuck. In my best guess, he doesn't give a fuck. He's not some hyper narcissist in that direction like that. I think he's more so like, yeah, those people don't matter. They're idiots. They don't matter. I care if fucking fellow giant billionaire business guy cares about, like, yeah, I'll scorch him back. Right? But Bob the fucking welder, Bob the welder from fucking, New Paltz doesn't give a fuck about that guy. Fuck that guy. Who cares what he thinks? Duh.
I'm going to keep saying this. The reason Trump does the shit that he does is because he benefits grossly from it.
Exactly. It's these individuals that maneuver like gangsters, doing gangster shit under the guise of official fucking policy, and they just get away with it. It's an easy fucking hustle.
I think that Trump's driven by like family shit. Like I feel like his family is just like have constantly had an emphasis on like you get rich as fuck so that your next of kin can be rich as fuck so that they can get rich as fuck and then like keep the chain going.
I'm saying
because he's got a long lineage of rich ass motherfucking family members.
I'm saying less of that.
For example, consult Fred.
I'm saying less of that, guys. I think it's worse than that. I think it's Game of Thrones, Tywin Lannister. Keep my name going, my legacy, my name. It's not about I love my family so much. Let me leave them in the world. I think it's more so I want my legacy taken care of.
No, that's what I mean by the name or whatever. Okay. Like you hook your family up because it's like. Yeah, like you want to be like Augustus or you want to be like fucking Nero or you don't even care. You don't even give a fuck if you're the bad guy. You just want to be like a guy in history.
You want the notoriety.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy in everyone's history books, when they're in high school and shit. Like, yeah, okay, fair enough. If that's what you meant, then yeah, I agree with you then.
I feel like a lot of people deep down yearn for that or whatever, to be like famous and to be known forever.
Which is
just
sad.
Just like the thought of our short little life is like kind of scary.
Which means their actions in life have to whittle themselves down to even do that in the first place. Which means that's woo woo. We'll do that later. But for now, let's get back to Alex, aka the Undertaker. Look at those eyes. He's about to be the Undertaker. He's gonna roll those eyes back. But all right, let's keep playing.
Remind me to put the Undertaker's bells on the fucking soundboard.
Well, he's about to roll his eyes. Alex about to set up, bro. He's about to set up. All right, here we go.
J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they want to run for president in 28. So they know that their butt is on the line here. If this Iran war doesn't go well, there go their presidential ambitions. And so I think that when Rubio comes out and says, well, Israel made us do it, obviously, this is like a real-time narrative construction so that when in 28 he's questioned about it on the debate stage, if this becomes a debacle, this is hedging. He can say, well, we didn't have any options. We had the choice. Either we go in with Israel at the beginning or Americans die. Well, I chose to, that's going to be the argument. That's going to be the campaign speech. That'll be the, screenshot. In a few years, that is what he's going to say on the debate stage. We had a choice. If we didn't act, then more Americans would have died. And I stood with Trump. We made the bold decision to go in and blah, blah. That is clearly going to be the answer.
And by the way, you're on a roll. You're on a roll. We got a whole other hour coming up.
I
Let me just stop
basically
you.
agree.
I said this.
By the way, I want to suck your dick.
They're going to use the insurance company shutting down Strait of Hormuz as the claim that we've got to put a beachhead on the Iranian side so they can't close it to secure it for trade. I said I believe that'll be the excuse for boots on the ground, which they floated in the last 2 days, which Eric Prince freaked out about, rightfully. Ladies and gentlemen, he just put this out. Show the timestamp on this, guys. Scroll down. Pull it up. I just saw this now. Trump is now saying he signed an executive emergency order basically for war. If anybody tries to close the strait, it's already closed. So this is him using economic emergency powers to have an unofficial declaration of war. Nick, this is horrible. This is really bad. This is boots on the ground. So this is just a few minutes ago. What do you make of this, Nick Fuentes?
Well, it's like I said, we're being drawn in here. That is really the operative word. Nobody wants this. It's not in our interest. We are being slowly drawn in. And what that implies is that step by step, we're being dragged further into this. And that's always what happens. Is it always starts with, we're just putting maximum pressure sanctions. Well, we just killed Qasem Soleimani. Well, we just backed a cyber attack. It's always we
sound
just
like
did
Medea
this
Benjamin
one
now.
time.
What the fuck?
And all it does is increase our liability. It just increases our stake in this disaster. And so it was very obvious. Okay, we go in with the bombs really hard. We destroy the Navy. We destroy the missile launch platforms. Okay, well, then you get this logic like, well, you break it, you bought it. Now Iran inevitably is going to keep throwing missiles at us. We're running out of interceptors. So what do you do now? Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to shut down 20% of the oil trade. What do you do now? Again, you're being drawn in step by step, and our share of this, our stake in this, is always increasing until you wake up and you find you're in this unthinkable scenario. So that's why I say I don't know that we can rule out boots on the ground in the future.
Oh, but that's the plan. People go, oh, the executive order just says they'll protect the ships. Yeah, they're going to do it with troops. I already saw it. People, we got a whole other hour coming up, but how people find you, Nick?
Okay. Yeah. Once again, the idea that I was thinking, like back before even the 12-day war thing, was the Syrian model, which is bomb over the top, fund underneath, right? Fund groups to go in there. And they're already doing that, right? They're trying to get the Kurds, I guess. You go in there and fight. But if they get, and that's going to be rough. Granted, Kurds that do live in Iran understand the region quite a bit better than like real foreigners, right? Yeah, if they struggle, they'll probably pivot to, well, they're killing their own people, and then fund either another group or send their own military in, right? I think those are the steps they take. Alex is kind of skipping U.S. troops on there. He's skipping the idea of other proxy groups fighting against Iran to destabilize it and then eventually take the country over and probably partition it. Right? Hey, you guys Game of Thrones with us, so you know what? You get this region. Here's Kurdistan, your new country. Here it is. Right? And Palestine will be sitting on the backside like, yo, wait a minute, these guys just showed up. They got a country already? Like, where's our shit? Like, yeah, we've been here forever. Like, where's our shit at? Right? But I mean, they might get Syria to lock in. Syria's already approaching border places to do something militarily. Not saying they will do that. I'm just saying maybe they're just standing at their own borderline to fight certain things, right? But they might just, America might be like, yo, Jolani, you want to keep your country, bro? Dedicate some troops to this project here. Send them in. A lot will die, but whatever, you'll still be in charge. You're good. Just send those troops in, let them fucking fight on the ground, because it's kind of understood, and I believe Nick said it before, like they kind of need ground troops to take over, like actually take over Iran. I think they're way more disciplined than a lot of news outlets are saying or implying.
Yeah, not only are they a lot more disciplined, they're also a lot better equipped, and Iran has a lot of mountain territory.
Yes. Which is why you
I
said,
don't know if, yeah, it'll be like Afghanistan where you can't fucking win it.
You can't fucking move around there the way you can in the U.S.
Yes, but if you put in charge, once again, these Kurds that are they Western Iran? Are they Western? They might be Western Iran.
Let me
Yeah.
look.
that knows more of the region.
Northwest.
Well, if they understand more of the region, and they work in tandem with someone like a country like Syria, along with some U.S. special forces, right? Probably not like the whole like fucking battalions and brigades, like go in there, charge, right? Maybe some intelligence guys, some people that sit on the backside while the rest of these guys, these cannon fodder guys, are out there dying, fighting on their behalf and all that stuff.
To answer your question, Jordan, the basic region of Kurdistan is between a few countries.
No, I don't mean I didn't mean Kurdistan. Kurdistan is not it's not a state. It's not a state. But there's like northern
it's
northern
not a state,
Syria.
I'm just talking about what's generally accepted to be Kurdish
people
lands where they live.
Sure, there's just northern Syria, right? Kind of on the border with
Yeah.
Turkey-ish, right? But
yeah, it's a little bit of southeastern Turkey, a little bit of northern Iraq, a little bit of northwest Iran, and a bit of North Syria.
Afghanistan.
Okay. Yeah, but these guys, they don't have a country, but they occupy these territories, so thus they at least understand somewhat of the region. And it's more so like the Kurds themselves, like which is allegedly happening already. Yeah.
I think the situation there is they have a degree of autonomy, but it's not a formal state.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But let's say someone promises them a state if they do this task for them, although they were promised before, right? In regards to Syria, although
Yeah, and that didn't go so well.
Well, Syria, when Assad was in power, they offered them stuff too. Like, hey, listen, these guys, listen, the U.S. will betray you, so like, let us help you out. We'll get you a state or a region or whatever the fuck, right? We have can have a working
We have a
partnership,
good rapport.
and yeah, we'll fight back Turkey too. We'll deal with Turkey as well, because Turkey wants to like shit on the Kurds, right?
Well, Erdogan certainly wants to shit on them.
Yeah. But
what I remember.
yeah, if you get people on the ground, once again, I think you need like a decent army to actually take down Iran, and you need ground forces. It can't just be bombing over the top. But that would fall into the
Yeah, you need
lands
a
we've seen.
coalition, I think.
Yeah, and they might send some
Yeah,
Syrian
you need a lot of
motherfuckers
people,
in
and you
there.
got to be able to. Besides the fact that you need a lot of people, you got to be able to garrison them right near those mountains.
Yeah. And as far as I understand, the new Syrian government has also left the Kurds alone. Maybe not partnered with them, but left them alone in regards to some of their other atrocities and massacres, right, in Syria. I believe they left the Kurds alone. Thus, could be in a way allied. So thus, maybe they take on some of these Syrian troops, or alleged Syrian troops, to go work with the Kurds in Iran, and boom, they have a ground force. As they're once again playing the as they're playing the role of the Air Force, right? The U.S., Israel, maybe other countries, maybe they hop in too, but mainly those two. They're like the Air Force for those guys on the ground, essentially. And that could kind of work, but I do think Iran is armed differently to where they will, even in their last breath, right? They will still hit things and destroy things and kill a decent amount of people, straight up, if they were like so attuned towards that direction. So it's a clusterfuck. It's a blatant clusterfuck. I was hoping for more sharpness from Nick, at least. What's up?
I said, you know what this isn't going to create?
What?
It's not going to create a refugee crisis. We don't got to worry about those damn migrants anymore now that Trump's in power.
All these fools screaming about, like, we want our country, like these fools that, what do they say, the diaspora, whatever word they fucking use for it. All these fools living outside the country that are screaming for a regime change in Iran are not going back there. There's no sight. There's nothing in sight for them to go back there. Nothing. Like straight up. There's nothing there for them to go back. Like you're not going back there. So, But they at the same time, they're still out there screaming that, right? Overthrow the country. The Shah's not coming around anytime soon. Like he's one of them. He's one of the guys on the outside, raised in foreign countries, screaming about like we need to our homeland, our homeland, Iran. Like meanwhile, he knows nothing about it. He's
I
not.
don't think
he's
he's
not
been there since he was a fucking little kid.
Yeah, that's most of these fools. If they ever been there in the first place, they're not going back there. It's not safe. The coast is not clear. And that's going to take, in my opinion, decades before the possibility of that being the case. It's most likely going to be split into regions, and once that's stabilized, maybe then you can go back there, right? And I mean like in an authoritative role. But all right, let's keep playing. They're going to go to break. I'm going to skip that, and then I guess we keep playing because it's a fucking marathon. We're here. Here we go.
I am at rumble.com/Nick J. Fuentes. I'm live.
Actually, the state receiver is refusing to pay the internet bills, refusing to keep the company open. So it looks like we're shutting down this month.
You don't want to see 3 hours of Nick Fuentes promos?
Network. Just be ready, people, because you survive so much, you'll take it serious. Just get ready to share. Here's where Alex is at. Because I don't cry wolf. I just survive a long time. We'll be right back with hour number 4. I'm making this announcement.
What kind of saying is that? I don't cry wolf. I just hang around a long time.
It's called a genius.
It's like, bro.
Skip. Movie scenes.
I don't cry wolf because I just continue lying.
App that I what?
Skip.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. RFK's favorite drink, whatever.
Like triple the connections. Now, a lot of men, particularly, because men's brains are designed, the cerebral cortex, in the areas of the brain, there's like triple the connections that a woman has to strategy.
Why are we looking at a nuclear
and that's why
bomb?
men love chess, men love football. It's all strategy, but you fill your head with that. Those are literal
because our country is run by people who get
to distract their men, not be politically involved.
Missions.
My cerebral cortex is focused
women's
on
brains, damn it.
A lot of facts, a lot of overlays.
Women are also good at chess.
This is a short segment. Long segment coming up with Nick Fuentes.
Alex is good at smoking menthol.
But it's so frustrating to actually know how this works and see what's moving on the chessboard.
I'm sure he's a
Not in
whiz
America's
at
interest or
chewing
anybody's
ice
interest,
cubes.
but tyrants, to understand the historical danger of all of this. And I don't really have words, Nick, to talk about when you look out second order, third order, fourth order consequences of this. Why privately the chairman of the Joint Chiefs told Trump don't do it, Eric Prince, many others. And, you know, we have Trump and J.D. Vance and compilation saying we're not going to go to boots on the ground. We're not going to go to regime change.
I'm sure Eric Prince is having a great time with Venezuela right now.
To what you predict happens down this road we're going and just there's got to be other ways of leverage. If we can't leverage Trump, who do we put pressure on in Congress to stop this, or is AIPAC too powerful?
I think what has been set in motion cannot be stopped at this point. I think that the time to do it would have been in 24, and everybody reassured us that if Trump won.
Nope. This is an old story with an old plan. Stop it. 24? You have to go decades back. Decades. To fucking, like, actually have, like, a starting point to actually, like, approach this topic. What are we, 2024? Come on. I get it. Like, to be fair, that like that's when he's around. Like, that's when Nick's around, right? So I understand that. Like, you didn't look backwards. Like, yo, the things that are happening now, you could look at them 30, 40, 50, 60 fucking years. Like, keep going. The years you can go
70.
back. The years you can go back to be like, okay, the mindsets that are around this fucking government and the intelligence agencies and police. I had to sneeze, sorry. There's things you can go back to and point them out and be like, yo, these little mentalities right here will lead to something shitty like this. Maybe you don't know the country back in 1935, 1950. But guess what? you could fucking see that mentality leads to destruction. It's clear as day. But 2024, like, give me a fucking break. Like, come on, man. I get it. People will be like, oh, you're nitpicking. I wish it was nitpicking. But these little events lead to these other things. They do. To ignore that would be, I mean, you're outside your fucking mind at that point. In my opinion. But, okay. I have to leave and come back real fast. My life. There we go.
Dude, that's that. Whoever's hacking Jordan, good job.
Yeah, eat a dick. All right, here we go.
I think what has been set in motion cannot be stopped at this point. I think that the time to do it would have been in 24. And everybody reassured us that if Trump won, well, we would pressure Trump later. I remember Mike Cernovich said that. He said, well, this is how politics works. You know, you don't know how politics works. I do. He said, you got to get Trump elected, and then we're going to work in the admin, and we're going to fight the personnel and blah,
Kyle.
blah.
That sounds
And
like Alex.
This is, I know we've had this conversation. This is always my refrain. It's, we tried that. We did that. We did that in the first term. And by the way, how did the first term end? Trump ripped up the 2018 nuclear deal. In 2019, we're effectively in a war with Iran. In 2020, he kills Qasem Soleimani. We're shooting down drones. They're attacking tankers. You can Google it. There's an article, I believe it was in December 2020. Trump actually ordered the military to attack Iran, or at least was considering it, in the lame duck session. And it was only his generals that discouraged him from doing it. So it's like, this is deja vu all over again. We live this, and we tried all that. The personnel, the voting, the Twitter campaign,
politics
the
doesn't fucking
hashtags.
work or something.
And I think that, you know, now Trump is going to do what Trump is going to do. And Trump, who knows why? Blackmail, persuasion, whatever. Those people are around
this
him.
kind of politics certainly doesn't fucking get you anywhere.
It's ego, certainly.
Well, you have to assess characters, right? Regardless of their rhetoric. Fuck their rhetoric. Like, who are they? That's, I mean, vitally more important than anything they say out loud. Vitally. And you see that, right? The Trump administration, these guys said words out loud. Like, oh my God, you're one of the good guys. They vote them in. Oh, fuck, you were lying the whole time. Now, if someone's like trying to assess character throughout the entire process, instead of just listening to fucking rhetoric, you may have a better chance. Politically, have a better chance. But, you know, I get it. We can't read minds. I understand that. But still, like, there's no effort towards it. It's being used anyways, but there's no real effort towards looking at that. Like, what does this person mean by what they're saying? Can we trust them? Are they lying? Are they being honest? Are they being honest but wrong? Honest but correct? Whatever. Like, assess all that. That needs to be taken into account. I think there are epistemological questions you can ask of all these people to find out. Man, this person might be fucking crazy for all you know. Ted Bundy was a great liar. He's really good at it. But guess what? He's killing fucking college girls on his free time. He's a great talker, though. Whatever. What's funny is the rhetoric actually goes to when people start like, oh my God, you're a good person. Because look at his rhetoric. It's not good enough. Not in this lane, bro. Not in this world. It's good enough for, I guess, like, shout to Ed Lee, like celebrity style things. It works there, I guess. But in reality, it doesn't. It means nothing. You're just saying words out loud. Whatever. All right, here we go.
Why? Blackmail, persuasion, whatever. Those people are around him.
It's ego. You said it, Hour. It's ego.
It's ego.
It's ego, certainly. Whatever
Nick
it is,
doesn't believe that.
That's what we're stuck with. And I think that if you want to really get it to stop,
You have to assess that,
you just
guys.
got to switch up and play both sides. You got to play both sides and go Democrat. And I don't want to do it. You know, I don't like the Democrats. I fully understand what they represent, but what else can you do to the Republicans? All that other stuff is flaccid. Protest, tweet about it. They know if you are going to vote in November that you're really not serious. You're going to go and rah, 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 hold up the sign. But as long as they get your vote in the end, I mean, honestly, what difference does it make for them? There's a little less enthusiasm. They don't care. So I'm really, like I said, I think that we actually have to think beyond this. And we have to think the only way out of it is 28. How do we relight the flame in 28? That's all I care about. And for that to happen, maybe there needs to be a little pain. The current GOP has to suffer a little bit for it to be reborn in 28. But it's not going to be Vance and Rubio that save the day, obviously,
This is
based
some
on this.
fucking head empty bullshit.
He keeps saying, I guess, vote Democrat. I'm sure it'll be like a particular type of Democrat too. That will be boosted, possibly by people that listen to Nick, as a protest or as a one up or a punishment or betray. But you betrayed us, so you're gonna get punished by. We're gonna support Democrats to punish you. Meanwhile, they're like,
everybody
okay.
betray me. I'm fed up with this world.
Trump's like, all right, go ahead. Yeah, I know that person you voted for. I know them too. And that's my guy over there. I love Mom Donnie. I love that guy. Yeah, that guy over there. Yeah, love him too. Awesome. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, my bad. On Truth Social, I'll be like, God damn it, the Democrats are winning now. Damn, what a tragedy. They don't actually that's not doing anything, Nick. Not doing anything. The real answer is to find honest people. Like, who is honest? Do your best to assess that and go with that. If they betray honesty, then they betrayed you. Thus, get the fuck out. You're done. And make it immediate. It could be 2 days in office. If they betray you, they're done. So instead of saying, like, you know what, to punish the GOP, let's go vote Democrat. It should be like, we're going to find honesty. And that punishes people that are what? Liars. Honesty punishes liars. And not Democrats, not Republicans. They don't punish lying. They're just team members.
Anything they reward it.
Like, well, I'm not saying like anyone could be like named a Democrat or Republican and be honest. But the point is this: the actual fucking substance is the not lying part. Not Democrat, Republican. That is not the crux of the fucking scenario. It's about liars. Are they liars?
Well, come on, Jordan. We have choices in this country. You can either choose the warmongering capitalist party or you can choose the warmongering capitalist party.
Sure.
Oh, we are so done.
Sure, but I'm going to call that political brain rot once again, Joe. It is what it is. It's like you should be looking for honesty.
I'm name calling because I'm in be a dick.
Fair enough. Like, at least find out. Like, they can't even do this right. Find an honest warmonger who's honestly about it. They can't even do that. These guys are not actually that thing. I'm sorry, I don't see it. These are strategies and business deals. This is not an actual, like, I want to destroy the world person. I don't see it. I see business. This is what we do. This is our business. This is what we do. This is business. Nothing personal. We just do this. Capitalists? Like, come on. Same thing. Communists? Same fucking thing. This is business. Excuse me? Who gives a fuck about communism? Who fucking cares about that? It's a word we use to wink and nod at people to get them to join us. We could say certain words. What did Sarian call it? Talismanic. Was it like a talisman? Talismanic words? Something like that. Or it's like
I don't know what he called it, but I know I have a word for it. It's opportunism.
Well, it's like words of enchantment. You hear certain words like, oh my God, this must be a good person. And it works. Like peekaboo on a fucking 3-year-old. It works.
That's why I have a dim view of CPUSA as much as they call themselves communists. Because what are they doing functionally? Functionally, they've just become another endorsement vehicle for the Democratic Party.
For real?
Yeah.
Joe,
Like the Hinkle part, like Hinkle's and Hawes's party?
Nah, that's their party is the American Party.
Oh yeah. This is like the
Yeah,
traditional one.
CPUSA is a lot.
Joe, someone came to you. Two people came to you. One you discover is every policy you love and like whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, leftism, communism, whatever the fuck, socialism, whatever, right? They like everything you like, but they're lying. Just rhetoric. They're lying to you then. And in fact, they will actually use some of those policies to get things done to make you keep following them and loving them. Then you have another person with the exact opposite views, but they believe it. What do you do? What do you go with? What do you do?
Well, in that scenario, person B, maybe I can talk to them. Person A, filthy opportunist.
Thank you. I agree. But we're not even doing those steps in the first place. We're skipping it. Oh,
yeah.
In fact,
we're not even there yet.
People are deeming people like, oh, he means it because I don't like it. So he means it. Like, meanwhile, it's like, does Trump mean any of this shit, bro? Or is he an apathetic little psychopath? I smell psychopath, personally. No real care about this stuff. Fully apathetic.
Like I said, bag of treats.
And it's like, that needs to be, like, straight up examined off rip, but apparently is not. And
nah, bro, that shit needs to be vivisected on a fucking operating table.
And the geniuses and the thought leaders of our times, no questions about it. Well, he said this, so he thinks this way. Unless it's the opposite team, then it's like a deception. That's more so for Alex Jones, right? Now it's a globalist plan, deception artist. But Trump believes what he's doing now. Trump does believe what he's doing. But those guys over there, deception artist. I'm like, really? This is how you read scenarios. And thus the diagnosis is off from the very fucking beginning. And thus you see his answers. Well, I think he's full shit. I think he's a liar, personally, and threatened and a coward. I'm just saying, on the surface.
Alex Jones is just another case of somebody who will do this shit because they benefit personally in some way. He benefits from this.
I believe so. But if you view it as a threat in his mind, which makes him a coward, but also like, oh no, I'm a victim. I'm a victim of this. I'm not a perpetrator. I'm a victim. That's probably Alex's mentality. It's like Trump's a victim, right? They tricked me. I had no idea. Even though he says the exact opposite, but that's what Alex's character of Trump is, right? All right, let's play more.
Trump is so up his own ass. I don't think he could admit to the idea that he'd ever been tricked by someone.
Well, topics like that will not be discussed. They won't happen out loud. Let's just be honest.
Oh, never.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep playing. Here we go.
We say we're not going to accept. We're not going to. I would almost call it like a candidate by candidate basis, and then if somebody's a neocon, or we do a litmus test, if they support this, they shouldn't be voted for. I almost see it as like a loyalty pledge. But let's come back because the French are sending their aircraft carrier to protect the
French.
One of the main corridors there, Suez Canal, and Trump is now basically saying they're going to send in.
Yeah, there are no treasures on this front either.
Hormuz, which is a total trap. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. I don't want people to miss the historic
all
point
the shit they do to Africa.
The fourth turning, the end of the old order, the populist revolutions happening everywhere, and then Trump betraying what he said he would do. I have compilations of him saying no boots on the ground, no full war. And here we are.
You do?
And it's all unraveling in real time. The Strait of Hormuz has already been closed by insurance companies after Iran began to attack ships and blew up and sunk a few in the last 3 days. And now Trump signs an executive order saying, we'll do whatever we have to for open shipping. We'll put troops on the ground in the Strait of Hormuz on their side. We're going to have military escorts through there. The announcements are being made off his plan. I mean, this is escalating to the next level immediately. And this is why Eric Prince and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and others told Trump, Iran's not going to give up. You're not going to get regime change. 99% chance right away. You're not going to get it in 4 weeks or 6 weeks or a year. Now they're prepping us for just an endless war. So now we're against Europe with its plan to prop itself up with endless war with Russia. And now America has its plan for this. We didn't vote for this. We didn't sign up for this. And again, they might have attacked us when Israel attacked them, said Rubio yesterday. So we had to attack them. And
hey, did you turn your brains off for this? Not Alex Jones. I think he's full shot. I mean, the audience. When you say, like, we didn't vote for this. When those guys say that, like, did you turn your brains off for it, though? Once again, not the blame. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Right? I don't do those arguments where it's like, oh, look, you pay taxes, so thus you're funding the war effort, so thus you're bombing this country. It's you doing it. Like, no, I don't do those stupid arguments. I get the point of the argument. It's usually a gotcha, in my opinion. But whatever. I get the arguments and the the little, in my mind, my idea of things, like the little TikTok of life, right, where one thing leads to another. Sure, I get that, but you're not actually responsible. But is turning your own brain off, are you responsible for that? Were you sold a lie or did you buy a lie? There is a difference, a major difference. One involves actual you, and one is just a satellite shooting beams of bullshit into your face. All right, pause. I'm just saying. So, like, yeah, you're not responsible for Trump grabbing up bombs and blowing people up, but did you turn your brains off to hope he wouldn't? For hopium's sake? You have to ask yourself that question. Otherwise, you're doomed to repeat it. And right now, what I get from Alex and Nick right here is that they're asking you to repeat the same mistakes you did before. I really do see. That's what I actually hear. Vote Democrat as a protest. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, hey, these Bloods over here in this neighborhood, they just mow down people on the streets. You know what? At a protest, let's fucking fund the Crips to go fight them and like take them down. Teach them a lesson. Is that what you do? Or do you have a problem with, like, fucking gang violence in your neighborhoods? Isn't that the actual thing you should be, like, looking at and examining and trying to diagnose to find a solution for it? Whatever. I get it.
I would argue that this is even worse because in the case of the Bloods and the Crips, that's like actual rivalry at work. They're not both getting funded by the same people.
Yeah, they brought up AIPAC, by the way. Guess what Democrats did today? They all voted to shut down war powers from the fucking president in regards to Iran. Why would they do that? I had my answer before, but, like, they did do that. Except for John Fetterman, right? The only Democrat that didn't do that.
Of course.
It's like, why would they do that? If there's a lot of AIPAC in the Democratic Party. A lot. So why'd they do that?
Yeah.
You have to have better answers for it, like a better excuse or reason for it. Otherwise, we're not actually trying to diagnose the scenario, the thing we're trying to stop. To actually diagnose it first. It's almost like like these guys aren't going to be touched, so it's like there's no. It's like entertainment almost at a certain point instead of like actual, real analysis, like your fucking lives are on the line. But all right, a little bit more, I guess. I don't know. I'm almost done with us. There we go.
When they hit our ships, which Iran knew that they hit a few ships, they'd close it with insurance. Then they send in the U.S. ships. Then the Iranians attack those ships. And they'll go, oh, my God, they attacked us. All we're doing is blowing them up. And then now Trump says we got to put troops on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz to protect us. I said it the first hour. It's happening in live time. Nick, this is like a bad dream.
Naval vessels.
It is. It feels surreal. I still can't even believe it. Even though I've been predicting it and even though we're watching it, I wake up and I see the news. We are at war with Iran. And for people that are not,
oh my
paying
God, it's
attention to all
Iran!
this
What a
stuff,
bunch of gay
again,
fags.
it cannot be overstated. This is like, it's literally the neocon nightmare scenario.
A bunch of
like
gay
war with
fags
Iraq,
from
Syria,
Sarab
now
State.
Iran.
Yeah. Ghost of the neocons possessing us. This is their wet dream.
Yes, and for Trump to be the one delivering it, that's the most surreal aspect of all of it.
No,
You could
it's
see
not.
a DeSantis doing this. You could
God
see a
damn it.
Kamala Harris doing this, honestly. But to see Donald Trump on Friday night at Mar-a-Lago with the hat on, with the black curtain announcing this war, building the case against the Iranian regime, you go, what happened? What happened to this movement? You know, I mean...
I mean, that's genius. It's like, man, I never would have thought Trump would have did this. That to me is dumb fuckery. And then he says, like, well, I can see Harris doing it. And that's where Kyle leaps in and says, no. And what happens as a result? Once again, these guys are the so-called thought leaders. Guys like Nick or Kyle or Alex. These are the fucking thought leaders. What happens when Kyle responds like, no, Kamala wouldn't do this? What does it do? It builds up the same thing that you guys claim to be fighting in the first place. It builds them up. It's obvious that does that. I swear to God, it's peekaboo kindergarten fucking psychology. And these fucking guys like repeat it over and over and over again. Like no one expected Trump to do. Like of course people were fucking seeing that. Are you out of your fucking mind? It's what's
The only
that?
thing that's
On Joe, real quick, Joe. I give them what? 3-4 months until fucking April, right? In Trump's first term. When he bombed Syria, that's your IQ test. Now it's like, oh, okay, he's willing to go along with what? With the military industrial complex, the narrative, the thing, right? Like, oh, Trump's doing the thing. There it is right there. That's all you needed. There's stuff before that, but I'm just saying, like, for a shocking, in-your-face IQ test, there it is. That was it right there. There's no way around it. Oh my God, I can't believe Trump, like, this guy, he would never, like, why would he do that? I don't get it. Like, why wouldn't he? Where's your evidence for that? And all of it would have to take place before April 2017. It had to be there. Actually, probably before, like, let's be real, the killing of the little girl, but whatever. I'm saying, like, for the main stage, the giant, media coverage, the poor little babies, Assad gassing his own people, like, that was a major in-your-face event, right? Your best reasons are before that time period, which is what? Only 3 to 4 months in office. In his first fucking term. That's all you have in regards to saying, who would have ever thought this would happen? After that bombing in Syria, there is no excuses anymore. It's done with. No more excuses. You could
Beauty of our weapons, or whatever the fuck that dude said.
You do the same with Kamala Harris or whoever, Biden, whoever, Democratic person. Do the same fucking thing with them. But guess what, Nick? Those guys are not in office. Trump is. So thus, when Kyle hears, well, listen, these guys are better. This false equivalency, I hate it. The Democrats are better. They are better. He'll say that. And then
I'm going to say this again. Democrats are nicer to you, the American citizens, on domestic issues.
I'm not even sure about that, man.
But yeah, maybe they're a little bit nicer to you on domestic issues. But when it comes to this fucking war economy, this industrial grade murder of poor people 2 or 3 continents away, same fucking shit.
How are they nicer?
I
Not
don't see.
just by virtue of not being outwardly hostile to gay people. And even then, they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to that position.
I see them just putting a smile on. That's all I get in my sense of things. But
yeah,
hey, we're nicer because we're smiling as we fuck you. That's what I get. That's what I understand it to be.
Yeah, we're not beating you up because you're gay. We're beating you up because you're poor. Aren't we such nice people?
Well, isn't that the example that was just given a little while ago about like the ones who lie to you versus the ones that don't, and you oppose, but they don't lie to you? They're like exact same.
What do you mean?
Although
The
these
thing I
both
brought
lie
up.
to you. Yeah.
The thing I brought up.
Yeah. The
I
thing you
might
brought
not
up
have been
earlier.
here for that.
No, you were here. I think I basically just kind of just said it. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's whatever. Okay, Nick. Fair enough. I like listen. It's a little bit too late in the game, especially someone that's claiming to be like, not maybe he's not claiming it, but Alex definitely claims it for himself and he's claiming it on Nick's behalf. And well, Nick's saying it too. He's saying like, I predicted this, right? For guys like that, their assessments are very minimal and weak. I think not too much foresight with what they're saying. Although I can understand why someone would be thinking the way they're thinking. I'm sorry. When it comes to Nick, I can understand why he might be thinking the way he's thinking. In a sense of things. Alex, no excuses. You're so full of shit. You're such a fuckface. Nick, I think Nick is a fuckface too, but like the words you're saying, I see why people might be like, oh, okay, Nick has more room for this stuff. It's just, you're doomed to repeat yourself. I mean, it's blatant. I mean, like what he's advocating for is the Hillary strategy, where a lot of Democrats did not like Hillary, but they viewed Trump as so bad they had to vote for Hillary. Does that make sense? The same thing with Biden too. Same thing. In fact, they were like, you know what? Bernie's not going to win. Like Bernie can't defeat Trump, so thus we need to vote for Joe Biden to go against Trump because Biden has a chance of defeating Trump.
Argument.
Yes, that was their outward argument. Although I think maybe kind of bullshit. I think bullshit in my opinion. But either way, like that was their excuse. Bullshit. And it's like what Nick's doing here is, whether he's doing it on purpose or not, ends up building back up this Democrat-Republican fucking paradigm of nothingness. They're both fucking you. It's just different names doing it. We're going to make the GOP pay. Like, okay. Meanwhile, they're out on the golf course like, yeah, we're fucking eating shit for this one, Nick. Anyways, and they hit their fucking driver, bro. Like, they're chilling. They're chilling. Like, oh my God. I'm on my fucking beach chair in front of my infinity pool behind, like, with my fucking mansion as my backdrop. Oh God damn it, Nick! You showed us, man. Voted for Democrats. Damn it, we're so suffering over here. Sip. Right? Like come on. Hey, that's how you fight back. Vote for the other party is the fight back. These guys are so behind the times. It's ridiculous. Not even the sense of a third party is even being brought up by these idiots. Why wouldn't that be like more of a? I disagree with like that's going to save anything, but like I get that idea makes more sense to me than just vote for the other team to make the other ones pay, and then hopefully in 2028 get your true candidate, which is also a Kyle idea as well. Vote Democrat, and then hopefully one day you'll get the right guy in office. Hopefully. But all right, here we go. All right, good.
That's why I gotta keep saying it. Entryism doesn't work.
Well, ignoring psychology will fuck you up. And we've seen that, I think, in blatant patterns. But all right, here we go. There's more of Nick and Alex on this giant fucking marathon of a video. Here we go.
Honestly, but to see Donald Trump on Friday night at Mar-a-Lago with the hat on, with the black curtain announcing this war,
he did it with Syria,
building the case against the Iranian regime, you go, what happened? What happened to this movement? You know, I mean, you and I, we've been with Trump really since the beginning, since 2015. And when he came down the escalator, his first
Goddamn
big
Trump.
move was
He ruined
basically to
Trumpism.
destroy this Republican support for war and the war in Iraq in particular, repudiate that whole legacy
So did
of
Obama.
the Bush dynasty, George Bush, Jeb Bush. And so for him now to be doing this,
Clinton's
it
guilty
really
too.
feels like it's come full circle.
And we have Lindsey Graham having orgasms on television.
That too.
Anyways, Nick, anyone but Trump. Go ahead. That's what he just did. Lindsey Graham. Anyone but Trump. Go ahead, Nick. Like Nick's like, all right. I think Nick was trying to explain that they all got tricked. Hopefully, he's trying to explain that. But once again, first term within months, you can see he's not that guy. But Obama was the same. Like Obama's like, why'd we go to war with Iraq? I don't get it. It's the same thing. And maybe Nick doesn't know that. Or Mr. Predictor of things, he didn't know
Jordan,
that.
we shouldn't have gone to war with Iraq. What we should have done is we should have gone to war with Libya. Pull up your damn pants.
Oh, God damn it, pull your damn pants up. All right, here we go. But like, it's like he doesn't even know, almost. Like I said, maybe borrowed factoids or something like that is Nick's thing. But like, that's a vital piece, Nick, to recognize that a lot of these guys were clamoring and crying about the Iraq War. They got into office and expanded warfare. They expanded it. The war on terror and all that stuff. They did.
Yeah,
why?
2 countries, what, 7, 8?
Yeah, that should be absolutely brought up in that scenario. But hopefully he says like, man, we got tricked. He needs to say that. Tell Alex, who I think is a full shit artist, this is his IQ test. Bring it to his table and say, listen, we got fucking tricked. This guy's not the real deal. He's full of shit. He's a fucking liar. He's gonna get us into more conflicts than what we expected or whatever, right? Than we planned to be in. Like, let that be known,
Well, you
Nick,
shouldn't be
please.
shouldn't plan to be in any.
Yes, but I'm saying like the Nick idea of things. IQ test him, Nick. See what happens? Here we go.
And so for him now to be doing this,
Well,
it really feels like it's come full circle.
And we have Lindsey Graham having orgasms on television.
That too. Yeah, Lindsey Graham's a huge fan of this. Well,
Nick
endorsed
tried
by
not to
Trump.
laugh about
Endorsed by
shit.
Trump. So, I mean, again,
Try not to
this
laugh
is my
challenge.
frustration.
Possible.
The signs were all there. J.D. Vance said at the Republican convention in 2024, we need to bomb Iran really hard. And Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham. This time he endorsed him 6 years ago. And Trump got up, you remember, during the election, and he said, if Iran takes me out, then we're going to wipe Iran off the map. Like, all of this was telegraphed from the beginning. And really, you know who I blame, sadly? I blame the so-called plan trusters. I know that you were more bullish on Trump, but you acknowledged these were legitimate concerns. There were a lot of people that said, no,
Stop. Because you've been right than me on this, and I'm not always right. I'm right about 90% of the time. I've been very
90%.
honest. So I'm gonna now utopia here, because when I'm wrong, I'm gonna say it publicly. I needed
What
Trump
the
to be
fuck
real.
is this?
And so much good stuff. The carbon tax getting out of it, I can go for an hour. And it's still better than that, but you can't have lesser of two evils. I have the Democrats trying to put me in prison. I just got subpoenaed again to defend when I got Frost. I gotta go to Congress and provide my...
They're trying to put me in fucking prison. You understand that? I swear to God, this motherfucker, bro. That is incredible. He just said that. That is absolutely incredible. So, like, it's for personal
Try not to
benefit,
grade
Alex?
steps, all else
That's
fails.
your reason? Personal benefit. Got it. That's a crazy statement he just made right there. Say, hold on, stop, listen.
I mean, it's the fact that he just keeps fucking saying that too.
Well, it's and like, listen, we just heard Nick trying to lean towards like, listen, this guy was full of shit from the fucking beginning, and I was like, oh well, listen, I can go off hours on like the benefits of Trump, but you know, lesser evil, I don't do that. But anyways, The Democrats are going to put me in jail, damn it. Nicholas, listen to me. They're going to put me in jail. I want to hear this exchange play out. That's just hilarious.
Fuck it. Let's go.
And that's why I think Nick giggled right before Alex brought up Lindsey Graham. He's like, yeah, sure, Lindsey Graham. But even him has been boosted up by Trump. Like he's trying I think he's like cornering Alex a little bit, at least in the discussion. And Alex has no choice but to go to DEFCON 37, Joe. DEFCON 38, 39, 40. There we go.
Blame the so-called plan trusters. I know that you were
called black swanning, Joe.
Trump, but you acknowledged these were legitimate concerns. There were a lot of people that said, no,
Stop. Because you've been righter than me on this, and I'm not always right. I'm right about 90% of the time. I've been very honest. So I'm gonna now mea culpa here, because when I'm wrong, I'm gonna say it publicly. I needed Trump to be real, and so much good stuff. The carbon tax, getting out of it, I can go for an hour. And it's still better than that, but you can't have lesser two evils. I have the Democrats trying to put me in prison. I just got subpoenaed again to defend. When I got Arctic frost, I got to go to Congress and provide my documents because we're going after, Jack Smith. So the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They run show trials on HBO. So obviously, it's not that I'm being paid off by Trump.
Show trials on HBO.
Pay out on them. Go to Congress and provide my documents. And you can't have lesser two evils. I have the Democrats trying to put me in prison. I just got subpoenaed again to defend. When I got Arctic frost, I got to go to Congress and provide my documents because we're going after, Jack Smith. So the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They run show trials on HBO. So obviously, it's not that I'm being paid off by Trump. I've been persecuted for supporting him. So I want to now pay out on this. I want to save the country, secure the border, find the missing kids. I want to believe. But I'm not in a cult. I'm not delusional. So I was like, I'm critical. This is overall good. But and now I'm just like, now I'm having to think of the off ramp. Nick, we've talked about this privately. You're targeted too. They're trying to kill you at your house. This is your name's Nick J. Fuentes. I'm Alex E. Jones. We're real people. We're under attack. So we're in the real world. You do what you think's right. I do what I think's right. You're not paid by people. I'm not. We're just our fans. So to me, I needed Trump as my lifeboat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching it sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. I still hope we can turn it around, but I just... Sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
At least he can't clean.
Yeah.
At least he can't clean, bro. You know what? Yeah.
I can't breathe.
I'm fucking wrecked, dude. I'm wrecked.
Who is this for?
He just like,
who the fuck is this for?
Listen, I need this. I need this.
He ain't clean, bro. He can't clean.
We
all knew it. We all knew it, but
he just said the thing, Anthony, out loud. I can't believe that. He just said the thing out loud. I need this. Listen. He almost came to tears about it. It's like, yeah. I need to hear I need to hear that again. That is. Listen,
I need this.
I'm fighting for survival here. Listen, Trump needs to win.
Yeah, Jordan, could you send me the link to this with a timestamp for that? Please.
106 is the timestamp. I'll send you the video.
Okay, thank you.
But for now, just memorize 106. Memorize that. I wonder, I have to look at Nick's face now. Was he holding back laughter? I'm sorry. That's it. I fucking need this, man. He broke character, bro. All right, here we go.
Trump is my lifeboat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching it sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. And I still hope we can turn it around, but I just... Sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
What do you do with this?
I'm wrecked.
What do you do with
I gotta
this,
be
Joe?
honest. I don't think Nick gets it either.
I don't think Nick gives a fuck, to be honest.
Yeah,
He's like,
he's
yeah,
not getting it.
sure, Alex. Alex being Alex, got it. Anyway,
I don't think Alex gets it.
He needs this. He,
you know what? Alex is 5. He doesn't know what he needs.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alex
he's
looks
what you
pathetic
called
here.
a coward. Is what you called a coward. I empathize. Once again, there's videos like Jesse. We've watched them, right? Or it looks like he's like swallowing his actual opinions or conscience, right? He's like swallowing it for the sake
Yeah,
of
the gulps.
selling a narrative, right? I mean, on repeat, he's been doing
Gulps.
yeah,
Long pauses before,
yeah.
so he can
His eyes bug out.
collect himself before saying it.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's a good thing to, overthrow Venezuela. It's a good thing. He like has to do it. He has to do it.
Nicolas Maduro was trying to put me in jail.
I get it. He almost broke down crying right there. Like, once again, who knows if that's real or not? Right? I'm just saying, like, on the surface, he just did that. Like, it might have made the entire video worthy. He once again, not cheering for his downfall or his sadness or whatever the fuck, whatever he's going through. It's just, damn, it feels like that was obvious the entire time. That's why it's so like crazy to see him just say that. We've heard him say it like more aggressively, but like this is just wild. Yeah, God.
I mean,
Because
it only
he
took him 11
seems like he's not
fucking
lying
years.
for once, right?
I mean, he could be lying about this as like a sympathy play.
Could be, but it just seems like like what he's saying makes more sense
Yeah.
than a lot of things we hear him saying. We're like, why would what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, why now?
Well, it sounds more over the target than right. like Alex, based on your reputation and the theories you've thrown out there, there's no way you can support this, but he did it anyways. And he said, like, no, like he said it here too. Like, I have a clear mind about this. Like, no, you fucking get the fuck out of here, dude. I think you're a coward that got threatened in some form or fashion. And I guess in his, like, they're gonna put me in jail if Trump loses, damn it. And Trump promised me not to do that, not to let it happen. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like, which would be exactly what we're calling it, essentially. I guess it's like bribery, but for a sad old man, for his career lifeline.
He's afraid of prison.
It's like, God damn it, I'll lie to you to stay out of prison.
He's afraid of having to pay out on that fucking lawsuit from those parents.
I mean, that is the concept, right? That is the idea of the Sandy Hook stuff.
Yeah, but that's civil. That's not prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, but be on the hook for all that money and shit. Like, I'm going to lose everything, damn it. And then thus, it'll lead to, like, damn it, they're going to put me in jail too. It leads to all of it, I think. I think that's at the center of all this stuff. But, like, whatever. Okay, let's hit play. Nick is like, he's side-eyeing, I think, at certain points. He's like, yeah, whatever, Alex. Anyways. And he just, like, starts going about his shit. But let's hear more, I guess. Here we go.
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. We all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country,
he's not fucking
and became a pariah on my college campus.
Something you sacrificed.
Not then, not down.
It's sad to see something you
now,
fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
What?
Yeah. Well, what's called for is it's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
I'm a maverick, damn it.
What's called for is for us to be
Dallas
sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of
you're
Trump
right.
haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping.
Yeah,
and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better.
I need every Alex fan to get in a line and apologize to Jordan. Get in a fucking line and apologize. When his ideas and words were, I think this is also an escape route. I don't buy this shit, bro. I really don't. I don't buy oh my God, I'm breaking down now. Let me say what I think. I don't think so, man. I still think it's a cop out. But at the very least, he admits to hopium. I hoped and I prayed and I wanted, and I said, you guys were doing that too, Alex Jones fans. Line up, apologize, and then move on. There's a reason for it too, by the way. Not just for my own benefit. There we go.
Future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become.
Brutal.
It's
let's get really brutal.
I saw this game play out in the first term.
We have to get extremely, uncompromisingly brutal.
I met with people from the admin, and
you understand that, Jordan?
I was like,
you know what it is to be brutal.
You're stomping over Nick's statements. How dare you? There we go.
Future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become. It's like, I saw this game play out in the first term, and I remember I went to D.C. in 2018. I met with people from the admin, and me being like 20, I was like, is Q real? Is there a plan? Is there a 5-dimensional chess? Is this all going to end in building a wall and so on? And they looked at each other and they laughed in my face and they said,
building a wall?
I said, it is worse than you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I've been at the top of the Justice Department.
Like, why?
And they literally they laughed at me and they said, no, we mean
I was 20.
No idea about it. It's
the
exact same thing.
Like at 20 years old.
Yeah, and anyone will tell you that. Anyone from Trump 1, any of the good guys from Trump 1, any of the people in Trump 2, they will tell you the exact same thing. It is brutal.
That's right. And I will not come on air and lie to my audience about the situation because I believe in them. If they know how desperate I am, you will rise to the occasion. I mean, I'm not going to sell hopium. It's
oh my God.
It's just that clear.
He's a parody of himself.
And this is why I thought he was lying. He just reverted back to what he was just admitting to. He just reverted back to selling himself, and thus selling himself leads to selling an excuse for the Trump administration, which is he going to go back to this after? Is Nick his psychiatrist or something? He spills for a second, then he reverts back. What was that? I don't sell hopium. You just said you bought into false hope and you sold it to the audience. I mean, but it wasn't hopium. It was my analysis. Come on. You just said you bought into something false with all the hopes in the world to save your ass from fucking prison. You admitted that. But whatever. He's doing the thing again. Here we go.
It's tough. It's tough because you're right. I mean, what other option do we have? That's really the question. People say, well, what else is there?
Well,
because
I'm so sad to have to start turning loose of something that had so much potential.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like a grandma dying or something.
Well, it's sort of literally. I mean, he's kind of getting up there, So it's very tragic and sad. And sadly, there's no alternative. I think it would be a little bit easier on all of us if there was any underclassmen here.
Exactly.
That's the worst part.
I was about to say, there's no stable of new horses here.
I'm going to say pause for that one.
And I see that as a big failure of Trump because it should have been a whole new stable. It should have been a new generation of MAGA congressmen and senators. Where's our AOC?
He wants a stallion.
Well, they all got cannibalized.
Vital.
Madison Cawthorn got destroyed by the Republicans. Matt Gaetz got destroyed by the Republicans. Marjorie Greene got... So you had a few of them.
And
not as many as there should have been.
Gets vaporized by Susie Wiles.
Yep. Susie
By the way, I
Wiles,
confirmed 3 months ago with Flynn. He showed me the stuff. They're running opposition on hundreds of people. Flynn, myself, by the way, I told you this. They're running major opposition research on not the Democrats, but on us because they know we're true. That's another level of this. Like, how's that feel?
And that
he's back.
People have no idea, but that has always been the struggle inside the GOP. That is always how it's been, which is that the establishment is always at war with its own base. This happened with the Tea Party.
It's fratricide.
I don't even know that it's fratricide because these people aren't even like us. You know, these
I agree,
people
but like we're the real deal, and they're
like,
what is the doppelganger?
So anyways, the meaning of life is
thing,
wait a minute.
It kills the real thing.
Exactly.
The meaning of life is winning the midterm.
So the body snatchers. You're right. It's not fratricide. The body snatchers want to get rid of the real one.
Yeah, it's that skin suit.
What's still going on? That's crazy.
Mass movement. They try to mimic it as best as possible, and then they eliminate the actual movement. That was the Tea Party. I just talked to Michelle Malkin this week, and she said, you know, we ran.
Give me the quick summary of what they've been talking about.
I think we're in a emotional roller coaster. I think we went from talking about like analyzing Trump's decision in regards to Iran, now it's moving towards political strategies in regards to midterms and future presidencies. Then it moved to, damn, did Trump betray us? Alex is like, he did, but he didn't, but he did, and I want to believe. Now we're like kind of in that territory. Next, like, oh, you know, I knew all along after his first term, but he didn't showcase that in his real actual actions. This is like, I think we're at the point of like almost intervention for Alex, but like I think it's gonna walk away from that. I think Alex is doing the thing again. I think he's doing protection of the White House again. I think he's just back there. I think the tears were fake, and yeah, God.
Also, what happened to the Nick Fuentes beard? Wasn't he trying to become a man or some shit? Gave up on it.
I guess he settled back down for the Chucky doll look.
Yeah.
Is it me or is there another person in this? Like, so we hear both these two guys talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I get the feeling that they've been trying to, like, you know, how they put in this random like news articles covering up the whole thing, and very often they're just focusing on Nick. And sometimes I feel like they're trying to get Alex, and it's Alex's show, right? But they're trying to keep him off camera for some of his I don't know if it's like breakdown-ish or
believe it or
he's got
not,
like some weird like looking reactions that he's been having, right? Like,
yeah.
And I'm thinking they're just cutting him off the camera for moments.
Well, I'm sure Alex is taking a puff of menthols in between each time he's on camera, but also it's kind of the puff up the guest in a way, but also Alex just snatches it back to change the narrative again. That's why that's why I think Alex is doing the thing. That's why I think that
he's doing a bet.
Like they'll be like, well, you know, I think Trump betrayed us from the very beginning, and I was like, oh wait a minute, listen, they're gonna put me in jail, okay? Like, I mean, like, soak that in. They're gonna put me in jail, damn it. And it's like that's what it's like. It's almost like they give Nick the floor for like 30 seconds, and Alex just like, oh no, wait a minute, Nick. Now wait a minute. He just jumps in. That's why they're just like oscillating between one and the other. It's like, it's just kind of funny to me. But all right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
Yeah, it's that skin suit. They take the organic mass movement, they try to mimic it as best as possible, and then they eliminate the actual movement. That was the Tea Party. I just talked to Michelle Malkin this week, and she said, you know, we ran the same playbook 20 years ago. We ran the same playbook in 2006 when we would campaign against the rhinos in favor.
She's Asian.
Yeah, I know you guys have a little.
No. The crew's telling me about clips. I was listening to you. They were like, Alex, you're supposed to reveal this big White House thing, which will do the next segment. I was listening to you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, this has been a multi-generational struggle. You go back to the John Birchers, and National Review. You could go back to the paleocons and the neocons, Pat Buchanan, Sam Francis, Joseph Sobran versus the neocons.
I memorized
Tea Party,
information.
right up through to the Trump movement. And
Yeah,
I
not
always
names
sort
I
of
would
knew
be
in
proud of.
right around
Proud of
2018,
memorizing
2019,
there.
that the biggest gap is that Trump is not an institutionalist or an institutionalizer. He is actually not going to create the so-called movement conservatism of the Trump generation. Who's going to fill in the gaps? It's all the same people. It's all the same moneyed
And
interests.
what you just said is beyond key. His strength is he's not institutional, but when he leaves, that's our greatest weakness because there's nothing staying. There's nothing left there.
That was a protective statement by Alex Jones to protect Donald Trump. It's clear as day what that was.
That was garbage.
Let's keep playing. If you don't know, then you don't know. Like, it is what it is. If you can't read through between lines, it is what it is. Here we go.
Weakness because there's nothing staying. There's nothing left there.
So strong, but
exactly. And that's why it's now backsliding. You know, the personnel, there is no cadre of radical Trump supporters to fill up this White House. He still has to rely on the old guard.
Let's look at Iran in a good way, a bad way. They've got even more radicals below, so they knock out the elite. It doesn't matter. They just get stronger. With us, there's no second bench.
Well, yeah, there's no bench at all. Trump said it himself today. He said, I'm MAGA, not Tucker, not Megyn Kelly. He said, it's just me. And you go, really? So it's not Tucker. It's not Marjorie. It's not Thomas Massey. It's just you and your war with Iran and your Epstein files.
Real thinker, I've told you probably earlier, Nick, I respect you. Disagree with something you say, but you're a leader. You care. I'm like, you're the future, Nick. We're counting on you. A real leader immediately recognizes younger bulls that are going to lead the people in the future. That's what a tribal leader does. With Trump, it's this ego thing where anybody else being strong is
more
bad.
protection.
And as he gets older, it gets worse.
Anything that calls Trump corrupt, Alex will, cut someone off and make up a new excuse, which could be, once again, a flaw about their, like a personality flaw, if you will, but not about corruption. It's like, oh, it's just an egomaniac. Oh, he just like loves to hear his name said out loud. Oh, he's doing this because he's dumb. Like that's like flaws instead of like globalist agenda, the Bilderbergs, Rockefellers, right? Instead of that, it's he's just a regular guy that's just like full of himself, which to me is protection. For who? I don't know. Maybe for Alex himself, but still protection. And Nick will allow it as well. What's that play? Once again, context is Alex Jones, right? Bilderbergs, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, right? The global agenda, WEF.
They're trying to put me in jail.
Well, it became that. Like that was the actual initial premise from Alex Jones, is that this guy's going to fight the globalists, right? But he's not. So thus, the idea is like, well, he's just dumb or incompetent or prideful or egotistical.
Well, Jordan, something you gotta understand is I have to work with the globalists for now because we have to win the midterms no matter what.
Well, that, and it's just like, who owns you, Alex? Because it seems clear as day. Once again, if between baby-eating globalist, pedophile ring guy, I think he'll take egotistical asshole. I think Trump would take that over the other thing, right? Pizza-gating, eating children, beef jerky, whatever the fuck Opeth screamed at me the other day. Like, Trump will take egotistical asshole over that. And I think that's what Alex is doing. He's PRing still. He's still doing the thing. There was no moment of, like, I'm coming clean here. I think he's kind of, in a way, like sacrificed himself for the Trump administration. I think he sacrificed his own standing for the Trump administration in that moment right there. And whatever. All right, here we go.
With how beholden he is to them now, he'll sacrifice everything for them.
Fair
because
enough.
otherwise, the Democrats will put him in jail.
Fair enough. You gotta do that work for that. All right, here we go. Pause.
Being strong is bad, and as he gets older, it gets worse. It's sick.
You're right. That's like a boomer thing. That's the baby boomers, or he's 1946. This is like a baby boomer thing. They will not like let us have anything. They're hoarding the wealth. They're hoarding these like fiefdoms. You're right. It is an ego thing. And at the end of the day, that is really his issue. Nobody wants to admit it. It's actually brave of you to say that because that's a huge thing. A lot of people say, oh, it's his advisors. He's getting bad advice. It's his personnel. It's him.
No,
It's
I said
always
back in
been
March,
him.
it's him coming up, Epstein. All because he loves the power of protecting all these scumbags. He's not involved. He loves the power over them. He's not even in the blackmail. He's just in general, I'll take care of it. Bullshit, you will, man. And that's my concern is how do I not go totally psychotic and go all out anti-Trump because I still want to get Republicans elected because they're better. That's a real needle to thread here. That's what I'm trying to do, Nick.
It's tough. Like you said, I mean, because we're also trying to stay out of jail. You know, we're literally between a rock and a hard place. The Democrats want to kill us and flood the country with immigrants. The Republicans want to send us to die for Israel. So you go, okay, well, I mean, it's really hard to win here.
Todd Blanche, let me tell you, to be clear. They're trying to figure out how to put several hundred of us, just to confirm, insiders. Flynn, they told Flynn, they're trying to put us in jail, bro. We don't have 3 years anymore. We have Todd Blanche trying to do it now.
Under what pretext? Just
like they opened a national security investigation under Obama on me in 2013. They got the FBI. We know because the FBI doesn't like it. And as bad as they are, they're like, what is this? Like, really? They got jihadis, sleeper cells. They are literally over 200 people. They have FBI, national security dragnets going on us right now. When I said opposition research, that's just the name of it. No. The Republican Party is now looking at all of us that have any soul, and they see us as the enemy.
We got to get out of Dodge, man. I don't know what country you're dropping in at, but that's the saddest part. You know, the whole country's coming down. The GOP's coming down. It's hard to kind of figure out what that next move is. That's why, for me, I keep my
Flynn
options
used
open.
to head up the Army and then the Defense Intelligence. He got confirmed. He won't give me classified stuff, but they're like, sir, they got a whole opposition thing to take us down, and you're at the top. And they say it's a bunch of names. And he's like, so, yeah, no, they're literally not worried about Democrats. They're going to put them in jail. They're literally worried about loyal Americans. And to the Pentagon's credit, they're like,
Is it even worth continuing at this
I've had all
point?
these Delta Force current guys, all of them call me, thank you, we're not going to go along with this. They're all freaking out, which is the good news. They have the Pentagon, bro, tasked to spy on us as the enemy when we're the real Americans. I mean, imagine the wake-up call in Tampa that they're like, we're not.
We are the real Americans.
Tasked for Nick Fuentes and General Flynn. I just give you that news flash.
Joe.
Yeah, well, that's just
when we're the real Americans.
Sorry.
I mean, imagine the wake-up call in
Hogan
Tampa that they're like, we're not tasked for Muslims, we're tasked for Nick Fuentes and General Flynn and Alex Jones. Yeah, just give you that news flash.
Yeah, well, that's the story of the admin, you know. Bill Clinton is being protected, Hillary, Obama, you know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's always this cope, like, well, you know, here's how Trump can still
That's
win.
what
Here's
I'm saying.
why.
You're right, because we learned this the last 60 days. I told you this on the phone. I don't know if it got through because I talk fast. Dude, we're the focus because they know we're not sellouts. They're like, looking, we got it all. We got Trump under control. Who will block us? And they're literally getting rid of Ed Martin, creating fouls on us.
I want you guys to know right now, Nick, on that statement right there, Nick will turn on Alex Jones and he will scorch him. But not until Alex does it first. But Nick will turn on Alex Jones and he will release every little idea, secret, bullshittery of Alex Jones. He will do it. That's my personal guess. That's my guess. I think that will happen. Nick will light up Alex's fucking day. I'm just saying, bro. He'll light his shit up. That's my guess. Not because Nick's so fucking genius, but because it's fucking obvious. But he's holding it back. And now he's going to introduce a new audience of We Hate Alex Jones Club. He's going to introduce a whole new fucking segment of people saying Alex Jones is full of shit. That's my guess. And that statement right there is this telltale sign to me. Hey, I mean, listen, I talk fast to you. Maybe you didn't get it or whatever. But like it's gonna play out someday. My guess. I'm guessing. Who knows? I could be wrong. We'll see what happens, though. All right, here we go.
I think Nick will do it if it benefits him.
Oh, yes. It'll be about Alex insulting Nick on some level where he feels like personally slighted.
Yeah, real or imagined.
Something like that. Or PR. If the market is right for it, he might do it there. I'll say that. But here we go.
They're like, looking, we got it all. We got Trump under control. Who will block us? And they're literally getting rid of Ed Martin, creating fouls on us. And they're pissed because there's nothing there. What, like your most decadent action is what, getting a pizza, right? That's your big party. Exactly, me too. I don't mean that's a pedophile thing. I mean, like you're getting a steak or whatever. They literally, though, are enraged because they can't find anything on us. They won't charge the Muslims. They won't charge the Somalis stealing billions. But literally, the eye of the White House is on us because they're worried we'll influence Trump.
That's how it's always been. You know, the GOP has always been cannibalizing.
Oh, the lack of confidence in Nick's voice. Like, well, you know, Alex, I swear to God, I just spent like 2 hours telling you that Trump is full of shit from the beginning. I swear that's what I was saying, but you know what? They're worried about our influence on Trump because he's genuine.
I'm wrecked.
He just didn't Nick just spend time saying that Trump is full of shit from the beginning? You can tell he's full of shit, right? And now Alex is like, well, listen, they're worried about us influencing Donald Trump because he's a genuine guy who can be influenced or swayed, whether it's ego or the idea sounds good or whatever. That's Nick's like, yeah, sure, pal. It's like I'm doing this for platforming.
5D chess master, or is he an idiot? Which one?
Well, it's not even. It can't even be idiot level. I think Nick called it corruption. He's like, yeah, this guy's full of shit. I think he was saying full of shit from the beginning, basically. Of like we should have known. Although he did fall for it. His own history.
Well, I'm asking Alex that.
Well, Alex is saying he's not full of shit, and he just has bad advisors. And they were both saying that before, right? But I think Nick was trying to lean in that direction, and Alex is just not going to do it. And yeah, Nick's answer is just like, yeah, sure. All right. Here we go.
The eye of the White House is on us because they're worried we'll influence Trump.
That's how it's always been. You know, the GOP has always been cannibalizing the authentic base. That's just it. And that's why I've always said the GOP is really our biggest enemy. It's not even the Democrats, because at least the Democrats are the devil, you know. And you know that they're your enemy, but it's always these Republicans. They say, we're going to take the fight, hold the line, all this. And then they always turn the cannons inward and shoot at their own people. That has always been the story. So, you know, I tell my followers, take your own side. The GOP is not looking out for you. They're not fighting your enemies. They're not securing advantages for you.
America first in our America survival. In fact, I'm going to start the America Survival Party. America first is great. America only. How about America Survival? We need to understand it's up to us.
He's doing the thing.
Nobody's coming to save us.
And that's what people got to get through their heads is it's not going to be a top-down thing. It's going to be incumbent on all of us to get involved. Getting involved in government, getting involved in the universities and the private sector, because obviously we tried it with Trump. People say you're not going to vote your way out of this. Surely we're not going to solve it just by electing the right president and expecting everything to flow from the top down. It doesn't work that way. So,
well, you don't know that because you haven't seen anyone try. Unless you believe that Trump was trying that. I don't think he was. It's is it Nick like, hey man, I kind of need some of your platform, Alex. Right, so I can't be mean and I can't go so far against your diagnosis. Have to wink and nod at your whole assessment of this whole scenario of why is Trump doing what he's doing after he promised this? Why is he doing the opposite, right? That's not an idea of like, oh my God, we're relying on the top-down idea, top-down version of politics to where like one day they'll save us. Like, no, that's not the idea. The idea is that he lied. He lied to you all. So thus, maybe it is top down, but you won't know if there's a fucking liar in office. Same goes with policy. You don't know if, quote unquote, left-leaning or right-leaning politics works in regards to government or economics. You don't know because you're not getting the real thing in the first place. So how do you know if what is what? You're being bullshitted off rip. So you don't fucking know what works or doesn't work. Straight up. I can't believe he's like you said, capitulating to fucking Island Alex Jones. To this motherfucker, bro. The InfoWars fucking island. He's capitulating to those fucking idiots. Why? I don't get it. It's more strategists. Strategies and strategists is what I'm seeing. These are the fucking leaders of thoughts in regards to politics. A bunch of fucking strategists. No one being real, all strategy. Fuck my life, dude. Let's keep hitting play, I guess. A little bit more. It's a tiny bit more. Then I'm done with this, honestly.
That's why you need more than just strategy. You have fucking guiding principle.
I wish there was a principle there for these idiots, but... All right.
Well, they don't have any.
I honestly don't think so, but let's play. Here we go.
I agree with you completely. It's a shame because we had an opportunity here. Like you said, we really had a major opportunity. Trump won the popular vote, for crying out loud, on a platform of mass deportations and everything. And what it has secured is a corporate tax cut for the rich, a war for Israel, Epstein cover-up. You go, okay, so what are we doing here? What does it profit us actually to even participate in the charade? So I'm interested in a revolutionary change or nothing at all. And I know a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people think that's extreme, and they remind me, yeah, well, you know, if the Democrats get in, then this, that, and the other. I'm interested in either we get the change or we don't. But if the Republicans are
compromise has
marginally...
gotten us here.
Right, right.
And I respect your stuff is, you know, super accurate, so I respect accuracy. We
Nick
should,
will turn on Alex.
We should still try to think of leverage points. Because Trump did shut up when he kept saying vaccines are great with Bill O'Reilly and stuff until a few years ago, and he finally shut up and brought in Kennedy. They've done some good. He never admits guilt, but sometimes he'll back off. I think we shouldn't give up yet. How do we put pressure on Trump to pull out of this insanity?
Right back.
Because we got to try, even if it's impossible.
It's like clockwork.
I mean, the most you could do is express your dissatisfaction. I don't know that there's going to be a 1 million man march anytime soon. Honestly, I think the war is actually, they say it's not that popular, but I think people are apathetic. So what do you do to pressure Trump? I mean, you can call your congressman, and your congressman can take it up with Mike Johnson or something. But I think all we could do is really buckle up, and we could wait for this to wash over us.
You guys have more leverage than others to just walk away. Alex can stop covering Trump altogether. Like, this guy's lame. He's trash. If he does something good, I'll point it out. Otherwise, he's trash. Whatever I hear about Trump, trash. Until I hear like something I like. Thus, you can walk away. And Nick, you can do that too. And thus others can as well. In your little circle of influence, right? But
or not so little in this case.
Yeah. They can walk away. But
yeah, like this guy is not that special after all.
Yeah. Oops. All right, I have to leave and come back real fast. All right, there we go. Fuck.
I think at the minimum, you just make it clear we're not on board. I mean, burn your MAGA hats. I've tried it. You know, I went out to a little bit to Michigan in 24 to try to get people not to vote and try to get some attention. We bombarded Truth Social. We bombarded Twitter. It didn't do any good. They're not. They're not listening.
Said then, I want to get good Republicans elected. I'm doing this to get their attention. And they spun it. You were actually trying to stop votes. I got some horrible news for radio listeners. TV viewers just saw it. Just like I said at the start of the show, Trump has now announced forever war. No, we're not talking about a Hollywood movie with Tom Cruise. We're talking about, he just said 1984 forever war. Reuters. They're printing the
Edge of
article
Tomorrow,
now.
I think the
What
show's
the
called.
hell is that, Nick Fuentes? I mean, this is just, it's like Trump is an old barn burning down in live time.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold, especially for us. I think that a lot of people got red pilled after the pandemic. Maybe they don't realize the gravity of this, but this is just like, what else is there even to say? I mean, at this point, this is the
I'm
same
never
guy
going to
that
win the
came down
fight
the
on that
escalator
word,
and said
but
the
I
war
don't
in
care.
Iraq was a big mistake. We should have never been there. We knew they had
keep
no weapons of
fucking
mass
bitching about it
destruction. And now he
anyway.
says we're fighting a forever war against Iran for regime change. You know, you just have to shake your head and you wonder how people are still on board. That's honestly the worst part is you go on Twitter and people are still making excuses. They say, oh, it's about China. Well, we'll wait until there's boots on the ground. You go, really? I mean, I don't know what people need to see for them to realize that we got tricked. We got betrayed. Now we...
Is he playing Sandlot clips right now? Forever. 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 Looks like Bobby Poff. All right. I'll let him finish the sentence. By the way, I never vomited. All right. Baseball, tobacco, never threw up. Okay, watch your mouth. Here we go.
Honestly, the worst part is you go on Twitter
I've never thrown
and
up
people
from
are
that.
still making excuses. They say, oh, it's about China. Well, we'll wait until there's boots on the ground. You go, really? I mean, I don't know what people need to see for them to realize that we got tricked. We got betrayed.
Okay.
Now we need to try something else.
Everybody
betrayed me. It's shocking to hear these things. He goes, I don't have the yips about boots on the ground. You don't have the yips. We're going to deploy to the Middle East again?
Shout out to
Seriously?
Chuck Knobloch.
And then they say, we can go indefinitely. We're going to fight forever. Now, in fairness, I think that when he says that, that is rhetoric. And that
No, all this is to sound strong, but the point is, it's antithetical to what he ran on.
Right.
I mean, because that's what the Pentagon wants, is a 20-year war like Afghanistan that's just a big moneymaker.
It is antithetical. And here's the thing. Trump can gesture and bluff all he wants, but we are in the war getting drawn in. So the problem with those kinds of things is, you know, the Pentagon is going to take that and run with it. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
Well, yeah, let's be clear. Let's go to break and talk about this.
And why might that be?
It just blew me away. I mean,
Jordan?
The Iranians lost.
The Pentagon's going to take this shit and run with it as an excuse to blow people up. Why might that be? Wait, that's right. They benefit personally from it.
Yeah. Part of it for sure. Although I do think there's something behind that action, psychologically, where it's like, oh, you're a fucking something's not right with your mind. But whatever. Either way, it's like the thing they're like, oh, look at these guys saying China, like you guys say Israel. So what's the difference? You're not diagnosing the fucking problem at all. So I don't want to hear China from Nick. It's like, look, that's so stupid, China. What the fuck? You do the same thing with Israel. You do. You're like, yo, they're fighting us on behalf of Israel. That's why things are happening the way they are. I'm like, no, maybe these guys suck ass. Maybe they have fucking mental problems, and they're fucking taking it out on the rest of the fucking world. Maybe that's the case, Nick. But it is what it is. I don't expect so much from these guys. I mean, Alex makes Nick look like a fucking scholar. He does. Nick is saying some understood, simple factoid stuff. He is. Very simple. Alex is trying to excuse it, which is why he looks the way he looks. But it's still interesting of a conversation, right? Because these are two known figures, quote unquote, right-leaning. But these are their assessments, and it's it feels like there's a picture missing, mainly from Alex, somewhat by Nick. I mean, for me, the biggest criticism of Nick in this conversation is that he's hearing Alex talk and not stopping him. But yo, wait a minute, Alex, that's fucking wrong. That's probably the biggest problem for Nick in this entire conversation. But like, it is what it is. He's making connections, right? He's got the plug Pause. He knows. Oh, Alex Jones has a decent platform. Let me use it to like be like the professional in the room. Okay, fair enough. I think that's stupid and cunty and anti-Christian and all that stuff. All the bad stuff. I think it's that. But it'll look good for your profile and your PR. You'll look like a fucking genius. I called it 2 years ago, I guess. It'll look genius that way, but yeah, not much for Nick. But Alex, once again, it's gonna be I think the fucking 180th fucking time I've said this. If you're still an Alex Jones fan, like not first person, like for information, if you're a fan of Alex Jones for information, you're amongst the dumbest. You're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry to tell you that. It needs to be said every single time I watch Alex Jones. I'm sorry. It has to be said. If you are a fan of Alex Jones for the sake of having like the inside scoop on information, you're a fucking idiot. Someone needs to tell you that. I'm telling you right now. Nick won't tell you that. Nick will protect Alex because Alex provides a fucking platform for him. If Alex gave me fucking prime time on his fucking in his studio, guess what? He's getting fucking shit on. Sorry, it is what it is, Alex. But either way, we're done here. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree or disagree. Let your comments be known. I'm sure there's going to be someone that watches like 5 minutes and they're like, look what you guys are doing. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And miss the rest of it. I understand. That happens, right?
Don't you see what you've done, Jordan? You cost me the fucking midterms.
Well, I'm just saying, like, some people are fucking dishonest liars and they're okay with it because they're on the internet while they're doing it, right? They're anonymous. But don't worry. The universe knows. It's okay, guys. We got you. You're caught. We got you. Busted. Whatever. But let your comments be known, please. If you want to shit on us, go ahead. Let it be known. Don't forget to share support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. All opinions are welcome, obviously. And also, please...
If you don't donate, we're going to lose the midterms.
Right.
Is that what you want? You live with that on your conscience? I don't think so.
If you don't donate to Red Economics right now, I swear to God, I'm gonna punch you in the balls. And you lost us the midterms. Also, everything I showed you will be linked in that same description box for you to look at on your own and contemplate about or watch the unedited version or without us talking and having opinions. Go watch it on your own. Please do that.
And don't lie about donating to Steve either. Well,
Jesus
no.
Christ, fucking yapping all day. Christ's sakes, man. I'm such a man from Chicago who's not gay. So please, go enjoy the content on your own. Most importantly, more than anything else, give this video a thumbs down. We.
They're making the frogs gay.
Oh my God, damn it. Fucking, where are these frogs at? I need to locate them for research. Where are these gay frogs at?